Call the meeting to order, please. At 7 p.m., I'd like to call the Ashland Board of Selectmen meeting to order on June 2nd with a roll call. Steve Felton.
Present.
Fran Newton.
Here.
Jeanette Stewart.
Here.
Norm DeWolf here. Phil has given us no indication if he's going to be here.
Here he is. There he is. Yay.
So, Phil, are you here? Okay, the next thing, could we do a Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is go through the minutes of May 5th, 14th, 19th, 21st, and 28th. So the first minutes, I'd like to get a motion to approve for Monday, May 5th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of Monday, May 5th.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the May 5th minutes as written, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now next will be May 14th. That was a meeting at the town office. I just need a motion to accept those minutes.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The only thing I want to note on that is, it might be just my copy, but it says April 14th. So the corrected copy, May 14th.
Mine says May.
Okay, I figured I might have an old copy, thank you.
All right.
Okay, May 19th.
There's just one correction I'd like to make.
Okay.
When we were discussing the mission statement, it says that Preston thinks the wording is too verbose. Actually, I think that was your statement.
Correct.
Preston didn't think we needed one.
Correct.
I didn't need a- I'm on the first page under old business mission statement. And Preston didn't think we needed a mission statement. You said it was too verbose or some such thing.
That about captures my sentiment. Oh, no, that's your sentiment.
That was,
Sorry.
I said verbose, correct.
Sorry.
Any other corrections? Okay, this has been moved and seconded with a correction.
no, it hasn't been moved yet.
Okay, can I
I'd
ask
like
for a
to make a
motion?
motion that we move the minutes as corrected.
Okay, second? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Okay, May 21st. That was our meeting at the Ashland Properties location. Ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Fran seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next would be the minutes from May 28th. Can I ask for a motion to accept those minutes?
I did the minutes, so I was waiting for someone to make.
Yeah, I'll move those. I'll move adoption of the minutes. Acceptance of the minutes.
Can I get a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that takes care of the minutes. Okay, signature file. Just for announcement to the public, we have the unlicensed dog warrant that we need to sign off on. lo and behold, we have 2.5 pages of unlicensed dogs that we need to go after. So, just as an FYI,
God, that's a lot. I noticed that it doesn't say collect the dogs. I don't know what you do with them.
Good question.
okay, the other thing in the signature file I want to announce is we have an abatement request from Rural Bend Cooperative, tax map 003, 001, 005. The original value assessed was $499,150. The adjusted value is $482,150. The value assessed difference is $17,000, and the taxed refund is $439.18, $439.18, and that was recommended to approve from our assessor, Phil Baldwell.
And what is the reason for the adjustment?
Just says recommend grant.
Is that the further part?
There was no summary, there was a 5-page request in summary.
No big deal.
Yeah.
That I really don't want to read the whole thing.
No, that's fine, that's fine. It's not a huge adjustment.
I think the yellow highlighted sections kind of summarize some of the key points
Well,
when I
Huh?
read it over earlier.
I
Huh?
agree,
Okay.
but still, even that's quite a bit. They talked about their nonprofit basis.
And the condition of some of the infrastructure compared to what they thought it was.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, can I get a motion to accept that abatement?
I'll make that motion to accept
Second.
the abatement.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 So moved. Okay, the next thing I have is an appointment for the 150th, Ashland 150th Committee, to appoint Alicia Wendelbo to that committee. Can I get a motion to appoint Alicia Wendelbo to the Ashland 150th Committee?
I'll make a motion to appoint Alicia Wendelbo to the Ashland.
A second, please.
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 So moved. Is Alicia in the audience? Okay, we'll get to Alicia to let her know she has to come into the office and sign and be sworn in. And that pretty much takes care of we have an invoice. I'll bring that up in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Regarding the furnace room that was repaired. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is talk old business, which would be the mission statement. And what we did is, in the last meeting, we talked about trying to come up with a more concise version. And I know Steve put forth one. I'm going to pass one out to you. And I guess what I,
Yeah.
you get the one that I did?
No. Oh, I see that, okay, gotcha.
So we have two versions. Anybody else have any other?
I've got two of the same.
You probably didn't get a copy of that one.
I don't know.
Everybody get a copy of Steve's? Yes? Thank you.
Okay.
So again, we can discuss this.
The thing I like about Steve's is it's very concise, the bullets are there. It basically takes everything that I put in my own inimitable fashion and distills it down to a few very concise statements. And I think it captures everything that that I wanted to see. I like what you did too, but I hope it goes without saying that we will abide by the RSAs.
Well, I think that's what he did. I see a lot with what I tried to,
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap.
he just put it down into bullets and
Yeah.
even concised it
Yeah.
a little more.
Yeah.
And what I tried to capture was, obviously, we need to execute our positions according to the RSA, and
Yeah.
this just kind of bullet points some of the things that that were in the statement that you put together, and as we talked about before, if we are to adopt these, then we need to make sure that as we make decisions, we take these points into consideration as we make those
Absolutely.
decisions.
They should be the standard by which everything we do is judged.
Well, I'll repeat what I said before. As I read both of these things, I agree basically with every word that's in them. Both the one written by Norm and the one written by Steve, and I think also the one that you put together, Fran. I just don't think a mission statement and a vision statement is relevant to a municipality. We have to follow the RSAs. We don't have a choice there. We have appointed a CIP committee. We have to have all of these things we are required to do. It isn't as though we have any latitude, really, in wandering off the path without being pulled back to the center of it by an RSA. And so I just don't see don't see its relevance. It's not that I disagree with it. It's all good, and I hope we all want to fulfill our responsibilities as outlined in these two proposals. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Other comments?
My only comment to Phil's statement is, I understand what he is saying, but these go beyond, the RSAs are relatively gray in many areas, and these allow us to focus more on the thought process that we'll use in making decisions.
Right. It's not so much what we do, but how we go about our business. And yes, I agree, Phil. I hope that this would go without saying, but I'd like to have it stated clearly.
And sometimes it's good when you're making decisions that are challenging and take a lot of thought to look back at these and say, am I applying all of these factors to that decision?
Exactly.
I mean, I would suggest putting this on your bathroom mirror. I mean, it's a good thing to have, and these are good things to do. I just don't
To
think...
read on a daily basis.
Yeah, I just don't think it's appropriate or necessary for a municipality.
Jeanette, comments?
I like the wording that you had, Norm, when you've got the Board of Selectmen seek to build and maintain the public's trust and understand the public's needs by providing a friendly, proactive leadership, sound financial management practices, and operate a cost-effective and efficient, open, and engaging town government. I like what Steve has. I like the ideas that he has, but all it says here is we'll focus on. I think somewhere, not just to focus on, but to actually build and work on it. So I like your wording on when it says the Board of Selectmen seek to build and maintain the public's trust and the rest of it. I like the wording of that.
Okay.
I mean, this says we'll focus on, you can focus on, but if you don't go any further with it, what good does it do? So I
Well,
think that there needs to be a different wording for that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And maybe change, yeah,
Just change the...
Change the adjective.
Change the lead-in.
Right.
And then keep the bulleted list, because I think your bulleted list...
I think that's what we could
captures
use,
all
just a
that stuff.
small little
Just
lead-in.
Change the lead-in,
Yeah.
right.
And then go to a bullet.
Yeah.
So guess what? We're
Maybe
gonna
we can take the part that you have here as a lead-in and then...
add these
have the
bullet
list.
points.
Yeah.
sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that's duplicated by using that opening statement and then your bullets is the sound financial management. Right?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Steve? If we use that opening line,
Yeah.
not the opening, this is line 2 through 4 on mine,
Yeah,
and then eliminate that bullet point on yours,
because that's captured in the initial.
Yeah.
that in the
Yep.
initial statement,
Yep,
Okay.
and then we list that,
sounds like a plan.
okay?
Works for me.
How about if we do
Yeah.
that? Jeanette?
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
Can I ask for a motion to accept that?
I'd like to move that we accept the new mission statement as discussed and amended.
Okay. Second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed, but I just want to say, I'm not opposed to good behavior.
Yes, sir.
I'm just,
I
I'm
got you.
opposed,
I
I'm
got you.
just opposed to the concept.
Okay.
Should we read this to the public so that they know what it is we just approved?
Go ahead.
One
Fran.
other thing,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
where it says mission focus on this one, if we could put mission statement.
Yep, that's good. Okay, so the new mission statement is, the Board of Selectmen, or maybe the Ashland Board of Selectmen, seek to build and maintain the public's trust and understand the public's needs by providing a friendly, proactive leadership, sound financial management practices, and operate a cost-effective and efficient, open and engaging town government. And bulleted under that are collaborative, objective, fact-based decision processes, sound financial management we're taking out, because we already said that, transparent government, honesty and high ethical standards, fair, friendly, and responsive customer service, planning for present and future needs, communication and coordination with town and regional commissions, committees, departments, and boards to help ensure inclusive and effective actions.
Okay, great. So moved. So what we'll do is we'll collate those
So
two things and adopt it, yes, thank you. And put that on the website, Paul, okay? All right, the next thing I want to bring up is the logging operation update. And I can only tell you that the town and myself have been kept informed about the logging off Sanborn Road on Brogan Road, on the Donahue property. I can tell you that we did receive a note from DES that stated they had received a complaint of possible violations on the property, and that the agents have failed to properly install and maintain erosion and sediment controls in accordance with the forestry notification #2014-01125. I do know, again, from speaking with individuals, that DES has been to that site at least twice, and I've heard nothing since.
Do you have another copy of that? Let us know.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I give you the wrong
You gave
thing?
me that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to bring, that logging operation is supposed to end on June 1st, from what I was originally told, but I guess it's going to be a longer operation. And there is another logging operation that is going to be going on in that area off Sanborn Road, and it was supposed to begin on or around June 1st, but from what I hear, that hasn't begun yet.
Would it be appropriate to hear comments from the abutters who are here?
We can certainly do that. We can certainly do that if you'd like to bring it up now. I knew you'd bring it up in public comments, but I'm certainly willing to hear from you now, since we're talking about it now, so we can all be better informed. Mr. Burgess or Harold, whichever would like to.
Rick is the most in-depth.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Again, those who don't know me, I'm Rick Burgess. I live at 66 Sanborn. First, just a comment regarding the length of time. We've been told by a couple different people that it's expected to last 2 months.
Okay.
So we're about to finish first month. We'll see how much longer it does take. There are quite a few issues that I'd like to bring up, and I'll try to keep as brief as possible, but there's a lot here. The first thing I wanted to make note about is that the actual notice of intent to cut that the select board or members did sign back on May 5th. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but it is inaccurate. It does not contain completely accurate information. It may not look like it's very important, but it does concern me. And that is the section, it's number 4, that states the name of road from which accessible, and it says Brogan Road. Now, Brogan Road was discontinued by the town of Ashland in 1945. There is no Brogan Road. It has existed for almost 70 years. I don't know if Robert Burke, the forester who completed this form, did this intentionally or if it's just an oversight, but if he had been more accurate by stating a right-of-way off of Sanborn Road leading through the Burgess and Reserve properties might have raised a little more of a flag than Brogan Road. And of course, as you know, this document, when it was signed by the selectmen, does state that the form is complete and accurate. So this was signed and it was not a complete and accurate form. Again, it may not be a very important piece, but it kind of builds on the issues that we've been dealing with Mr. Burke. Mr. Donahue does have frontage on Sanborn Road. His home is his house, not home. His house is just above mine, and he certainly could have accessed his acreage through his own property. I'm assuming he chose not to and chose to use the right-of-way because it was cheaper. He'll make more money off of this logging operation by going through my property than going through his own property.
Rick, can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
You keep saying, is it a right-of-way or an easement?
Well, it is an easement that was granted by a prior owner in 1967, I think. I'm using right-of-way and easement interchangeably, but it is an easement.
Okay, thank you.
When the loggers first showed up, or when we first found out about this project, which was about 2 days before the logging operation started, Harold actually called my home and informed us that there were strangers wandering around on my property, parking on my property, and it concerned Harold, rightfully so, because I have a young daughter in the house that was home from school, and he was concerned. And so when I found out Mr. Burke's phone number, I gave him a call. And that first night that I called him, one of the first things that I mentioned to him was a reminder that this easement and access up to the track crosses 2 culverts, a paved driveway, and without saying so, but obvious when you're out there, a dirt drive that is covered with ledge pack or hard pack, whatever you may want to call it. And I mentioned I expect and assume that when the logging operation is complete, that he will repair any damage that's done to that area. His response to me, which pretty much sat you on the floor, was these are obstructions that you placed in the right-of-way, and it is not my responsibility to fix any obstructions. When I pointed out that these obstructions, as he called them, were put in place to allow access, and without these obstructions there would be no access up there, including the paved road, because before I put in the paved driveway, there were times in the spring especially where you could not get up there because the mud was so deep, you just could not travel. We used to have to park down in front of my mailboxes certain times of the year. When I mentioned that to him, he didn't respond, other than the fact that by the end of my conversation with him that night, he did state that I agreed to make sure that the right-of-way is accessible by car when I leave. He did not say that I was going to put it back to the way it was before, but that it would be accessible. I've talked with Joe Vittum, a resident of here in Ashland, who used to be a logger. I've talked with a gentleman by the name of Hunter Carby, and he was the co-author of the original State of New Hampshire Forest Products Road Manual. Looking through that road manual, in fact, there is a statement in there that says forestry professionals should return the access to its original condition. I have a copy of that if anybody would like to see that with me. When I talked to both of them, they both expressed extreme disappointment, if not anger, at Mr. Burke's attitude towards things, as they said that he is putting a bad name on loggers, and it is expected that you should return the property to at least its original condition, if not leaving it better. Now, since the project started almost a month ago, the first thing that happened was one of the loggers out there, I don't know who it was, I don't know if it was told one of my neighbors or one of my family, that my garage is going to be a problem with this project. I know he was trying to intimidate us, essentially stating that we're going to have to remove your garage because the right-of-way is 50 feet wide, and that covers the garage as well as a portion of my house. See the truck coming in here, we didn't show that around. That garage sits on the footprint of a barn that was there probably 100 years before the easement was ever granted. As soon as the work started, they started tearing up my driveway, primarily at the end, up where the first culvert is by the road. They are rutting my driveway. The weight of the trucks is being compressed, and there are ruts being formed, and water will collect there, and in the winter, when it freezes and thaws, etc., that will cause further damage to my driveway. The hard pack is being torn up quite a bit. There's a second culvert that crosses over the brook behind my house. That is being compressed in two different places, causing that piece of the culvert to be unstable when vehicles travel over it. As some of you have heard, there has been fuel spills on both Winona Road and on Sanborn Road since this started. The day that what we suspect is a diesel spill, when that occurred, I called up Mr. Burke and I asked him about it. And his statement was that while I was not out there that day, I can assure you it was not one of my trucks that caused this. And
He
then,
said that.
Mr. Burke did. And then he went on to infer that it was Vern Marion's fault.
What's he got to do with it?
Because the day that happened, Vern had the entranceway to the campground sealed, or maybe even a thin coat of paving placed over it. So Mr. Burke stated, well, I'm not accusing anybody. Pavers are known to clean their tools with gasoline, and that was his statement.
What campground?
The Amesbrook campground, which is
They did it almost diagonally.
about 50 yards away from the entrance to Sanborn.
Oh, I see, and you're talking about the oil spill on Winona Road.
And the oil spill on Sanborn.
Okay.
Which really doesn't make sense.
Right, it makes no sense. It wasn't even gasoline that was spilled.
Well, especially also the direction of the spill
Yeah.
itself
Yeah.
coming directly out of your driveway.
It was obvious by his various comments that he's just trying to place blame on other people for his actions. I think, Harold, you had noted that, I think it was Friday, that it looks like there was hydraulic
Yes, we have a photograph of several hydraulic leaks that was repaired. The vehicle's up there repairing whatever was leaking this.
Could we see that too,
Yep.
please?
I'd just like to say also that that's upland of where our drinking water is supplied from. We have an artesian well at the bottom of that hill where we drink and our children drink from daily.
So I'm sorry, what you show, the hydraulic fluid
The rusty
is?
The
orange
rusty
color,
orange.
Okay.
that's hydraulic with water in it.
Where was this picture taken?
In front of Mr. Burgess'
Right
house.
at his driveway.
I'm looking for, oh, there's your stone wall.
You can also see in that photo that the stone wall's been compromised. It
that
actually is running
still
over
there,
that
Rick?
historic wall.
Here is two other pictures. This first picture is the day before the logging
So that's the
started.
hydraulic fluid there, correct?
Yes, that's what we assumed.
Hydraulic fluid.
So, and this picture is taken the day before the logging operation started. They'd come the day before, moved a landscaping tie away, which I use to prevent sand and dirt that comes down the hill from above in rainstorms to go into my yard. They removed that. There used to be a flower barrel here, too, that they moved. But this is the picture, and they installed this to try to keep the culvert pipe from being squashed. And this was taken about a week later, and you can see how much they've degraded their property in that time frame. And this was only done on this picture was taken on the 15th of May. So it's gotten more than that. Also, a week or so ago, Mr. Burke had the courtesy to call me and told me that one of his trucks had snagged the electric utility lines that cross over Sanborn Road in front of my house. I don't know if it was coincidental or not, but within a few days, a week of that being reported to me, we had 2 power outages on the street.
Not related.
Not related? Okay, thank you. But they did drag and snag one of those lines. There is also, we have noticed that there has been topsoil that has been pushed up at the logging road that appears to be possibly going into the brook. And
Okay, that's the same as
oh,
what...
right, the same
Yeah,
picture. Okay, sorry.
So that
Jay does
is...
a much better job. So this is where the old Brogan Road breaks off the driveway, and you can see here's the brook here,
Yep.
and actually these sticks and such are down in the brook, and so this is within inches of the edge of the brook.
Brogan Road is up here.
Yeah, but Brogan Road is, yes, correct. Brogan Road is going up to the right of that picture, and the brook at that point is running along the left-hand side.
We can still call it Brogan Road.
To make it easier, yes. It's on Google and MapQuest as Brogan Road still. But that doesn't mean it's accurate. And then also, in violation of timber harvesting laws, the loggers have left minor amounts, but they have left slash on both my property and on Mr. Meserve's property that violate the setbacks in terms of slash. They can't be a certain number of feet from a right-of-way or an easement, nor a certain number of feet from any occupied structure, and this slash has been left within the confines of those setbacks.
I apologize, could you tell me what slash is?
Slash is debris, is cutting debris.
Okay.
Have they
Want the
left,
RSA?
have they left any slash over a brook?
I have not noticed any.
It does state that it's criminal for them to leave a slash on their property, though.
Yeah, it's, I have a picture.
It's not civil.
Here, if you want to. I'll pull out the picture shortly. I just want to continue my talking here.
So you want to know what slash is? There you go.
Okay, so those are the items that have occurred in this 3+ weeks of the logging operation. There's 2 other very, very important items that concern me more than anything that's happened so far. The first is the risk of flooding. I understand, Mr. DeWolf, you've been up there. I know Phil.
Risk of what?
Flooding.
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 Flight?
Flight.
Flooding.
Flooding.
Okay.
That hillside is very steep, going all the way up to the top of the hill. And the logging road itself forms a natural channel for runoff to go right down that hill. Before the hard pack was placed in that driveway, there have been at least there's more than 3 or 4 instances since I've owned my property where that roadway, starting a little bit above where the Brogan Road cuts out, coming down towards my house, has been washed out. And washed out meaning multiple channels at least 2 feet deep.
That's Bill Meserve's driveway?
That's the Meserve's driveway, correct. And Mr. Meserve would come in and fix it every time it happened, come down to my yard and shovel out wheelbarrows full of the sediment that would empty into my yard. He finally laid the hard pack down, and it's been fine ever since. But the amount of water that's going to be coming down that hill will be much, much more than it ever has been in the past. In the years that I've lived in my house, 3 times my yard is flooded. The only reason my house didn't flood is it sits about 1 foot, maybe 2 feet above the rest of the yard. But I have videotapes of my kids boogie boarding and wakeboarding in my yard from the flooding that had
And that's
occurred.
just from the hillside, not from the flooding of that stream.
It's the water that comes down off of the hill has overrun that brook.
Okay.
And then it comes off the banks, and then it comes down the driveway, and the natural progression is to lead down into my yard. Plus, the brook also overflow where it's coming out of my house, too. The more water that's coming off that hill, the greater the risk of my house flooding, and the two homes below me, Mr. Clavo and the Hammers, have a flooding also. And of course, that brook empties into the Ames Brook. And we know just a couple of years ago, what happened on the Ames Brook, and God forbid, we don't want anything like that to happen again, ever again. And this can possibly cause that to happen. The final issue that I'm very concerned about is, as Harold made a comment on, there is a retaining wall that runs the length of my house, which is along the driveway. That retaining wall is, on average, is 4.5 to 5 feet high, and on average about 10 feet from my house, although there's a couple spots that's only 6 feet. I was going to tell you today that I have pictures here that show that the trucks have come within 9 inches of that retaining wall. Well, tonight I came home and they drove over the retaining wall today. If that, two concerns obviously. One is that if a truck misses any closer, they could flip one of those fully loaded trucks into my house. 2 of my daughter's bedrooms would be the first rooms hit when that truck rolls over. The other issue is that how much pounding would those tens of tons or hundreds of tons of those trucks full of logs or full of chips, how much more pounding can that wall take without it being compromised and collapsing? If that collapses, the hill, my driveway, my garage possibly comes down into my house. And I've already been told by my insurance agent that I'm not covered if that happens. That's not a part of homeowner's insurance. I don't know how much it would cost to repair it, but I can bet you that it's nothing that I can afford.
How many trucks a day?
Harold, do you have?
12, 8 to 12. There's been 16 to 24 passages over that culvert, usually in excess of 20 to 30 miles an hour, so they don't bottom out.
2 directions?
2 directions, and they don't yield, and they run people off the road.
This is just, one, it's the corner, this is the retaining wall here, and I was measuring, and 9 inches was right about there.
9 feet.
9 inches.
9 inches?
9 inches from the,
And this retaining wall in relation to your home is,
Very close.
give me for a moment.
no problem.
So that's the
Oh, I
retaining
see,
wall. You can see the
okay.
corner of my house right
Yeah.
here. And then where this is at the corner where the front of the retaining wall, it's right there, is there.
So you're showing us that corner,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they could very easily go over.
Yeah, because they're cutting that turn, and you can see from the oil spill, you can see how closely they've been turning,
Yep.
into my
Well, that
driveway.
you can see from this,
Yeah, yes,
how
exactly.
closely they're turning
Right.
in.
Yeah,
How they just continue to move further and further closer to
Exactly.
your front lawn.
exactly.
Because they're compromising the road.
Yep.
Yeah. So what I am asking tonight is 3 things. One is that going forward, when the board receives a notice of intent to cut, that the board thinks about it a little bit more carefully. 2, what I would like to also request is that whenever a notice of intent is made, that that all abutters and anybody whose an easement or right-of-way is being utilized be given at least 10 days' notice before the select board makes a decision, to give us the opportunity to come to the board to explain the situation a little further. And finally, and most important, I think, to myself and my neighbors, is that in light of the fact that the notice of intent to cut was not accurate, that a lot has transpired that is showing not only not goodwill, but just blatant disregard for environmental laws and for the rights of us in terms of violating timber laws, etc., is that the project be halted immediately, and that either the owner or the forester obtain a bond, which you had the option at the time of the notice was first offered to require, to ensure that when this work is done, that they just don't get up and leave my home a mess, leave Harold and Jay's water supply tainted, leaving flooding possibilities, leaving everything that I've been talking about behind, and they move on, and then what do? Then we have to hire lawyers and chase after them. With a bond obviously in place, then it'll give them a little more incentive to try to make things right as they are required to do by everybody I've talked to, every law that we've seen thus far.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't answer that.
Now,
Absolutely, I don't know who makes the decision not to do it.
can we do it at this stage of that logging
Well, that's,
operation?
You can
it's
cease
an
and desist.
it's an incorrect application, absolutely. It's falsified.
Yeah, that's my thought, is that just that, while again it's minor, that notice of intent you were given contained misleading information.
I also would like to suggest that you include the Conservation Commission in these intent to cut things, so they can go out and see what waterways are involved in stuff. Because we border this, so I know they're gonna sneak across the water.
They did go out.
Stacy, you had a comment.
Yeah,
She's from the
I was-
Conservation Commission.
Hi. Yeah, I was going to say that I did some research today, and on Bo's website, they specifically say that the notice of intent to cut should be provided 30 days before it starts, so that all of the land use boards have an opportunity to review those. So I think that that probably is a good thing to start from this point forward.
Agreed.
Because not only can we look at the natural resource maps, but, you know, the abutters could be notified, and also some of those concerns can be addressed with the forester. But the other possibility is Tilton has a conditional use permit that you might want to look at through the planning board. And as part of that conditional use permit, all abutters would be notified.
I think we've got to concentrate on what's still in the barn.
And that, yeah.
And I guess that a cease and desist order is still in the barn. Is that your thought, Rick?
When you say in the barn, you mean
Well, I mean, you
available?
know, like what
Something
Stacy
you
is
would do.
saying, that's something going forward.
Yeah.
I don't think we can
Right.
retroactively
Yeah.
do that. But a cease and desist on the basis of faulty information or poor management, that, I don't know if that's possible, but it, to me,
Absolutely.
at
Well,
first-
it's just
first
my
blush,
opinion.
it seems
Again,
logical.
regardless of the damage that has occurred, I think just the fact that that notice was incorrect, I would think it gives the board the opportunity to say, you signed off on a document that was not accurate and true.
But the incorrectness relates to what specifically?
The fact that it's accessing by Brogan Road.
That seems to be a little thin reed.
It is a little thin, but the
Only
fact
because-
is, again, if it had said to travel up the Burgess's and Missouri's driveway, would you have thought about this any differently?
Absolutely.
I
would
wasn't
hope you
here,
would
and I
have.
didn't sign it, so I can't answer that.
I understand. But I would hope you would have looked at it a little differently. Maybe even contacted us to ask us what the situation was. I don't know, but,
I have to admit, I just looked, I see on the maps, Brogan Road is still listed.
Yeah.
And that's the sad news, is I don't know that. I looked and I saw where it is, so I'm just looking at the map and seeing Brogan Road, and everywhere I look, I can still see Brogan Road. It's still listed everywhere. So for a road that's been discontinued for, whatever it is, 70 years?
Almost,
it's-
1945.
It's still listed everywhere. Do you know what I'm saying? So
I-
that was a difficult thing to ascertain, but you're right, the way they wrote it, just Brogan Road, I didn't even give it a thought as far as how that
That's
could
why a site
impact
visit
you.
would be good.
Yes, I agree,
Before you sign.
totally agree for future reference, but that doesn't help us with what has transpired today.
Well, we'll block them from going up if you don't cease and desist.
and I do have a copy of the deed with me, that again, I did some research, and anybody can do the research. I have a copy of the deed from 1967, I think it was, which was a granting of the easement, that says the Brogan Road was discontinued. So, just because it was on Google Maps and everything, doesn't mean that a forester doesn't
Understood.
have the responsibility to do a little bit of real homework.
You are correct, 100% correct. I'm
Just
sorry,
to-
Lee,
Can I just by, that picture I just showed,
Yes.
that's the picture of that slash that I mentioned. You can see how close it is to both the driveway that is past the right-of-way branching off, and I'm standing in the right-of-way taking that picture. That just shows how close that slash was, and gives you an idea what slash is also.
Aren't you in a butter league?
Yes, we are.
You are. You and Karen.
You got a question,
There's
Lee?
two things I'd like to state. Number
Yes.
one, my wife and I bought that property in '86, the property we're on now. Where Rick's garage is, he's talking about his garage. It used to be a small barn. I can attest, and I will swear to it in court if need be, that garage was built on the footprint of the barn. It was not expanded, it was on the footprint. I just want that known. Number two, we are abutters. We got about somewhere around 200 to 250 feet on the backside of our property. We, to this moment, right now, have never been notified that they were locking back there, and we're abutters.
Again,
I was notified with 3 men on the end of my driveway with chainsaws. That's how I was notified.
Here's a copy of the quick claim deed I was talking about.
Okay.
That mentions in there the discontinuance of the road.
I'm sorry, Harold, go ahead.
I'll be quick and tenacious. I have a list here of 7 RSAs that you guys can grant a cease and desist this evening. I'll start with the best one, which is my complaint to the DES right here. If you'd like a copy, I have one. And that is RSA 485-A:17. It is called alteration of terrain. Under forestry, permit is required, but the intent to cut acts as permit unless disturbance is greater than aforementioned under land conservation, which states, at any grade steeper than 25%, which if anybody's been out there, they know what all is, that 0 square feet shall be excavated within 50 feet of a brook. Now, you've seen the photos, you've walked it. That whole side of that hill is a brook. You sign the paper, you can rescind it. Also, my interest is this, my drinking water, and I own this land, which you may not have copies of in this county, which is in New Hampton. This is the wetland that Cummings Brook feeds into. This is my secondary property, which is where Cummings Brook terminates. If that brook grows, I lose 7 acres. Gone. Still paying taxes on it, gone. Not to mention any life lost down the hill.
Can I just take a closer look at that, Harold, please?
Yes, you may. This is from Belknap County.
Okay.
It's off their website.
Okay.
And that's the, I believe it is where the Rainbow Acres used to be, or Rainbow House it was called. It's the bottom picture there, Norm?
Yep.
At the end of Sanborn Road, which is actually in New Hampton.
The yellow sunbeam house.
Yeah, Yellow Sunbeam. There's over 125 acres of wetland out there, and that's where all
So this
this is.
doesn't show anywhere where the logging is going on?
No, but that brook right there,
But that shows where the water will run into it?
yes, which flows right into Ames Brook.
Yeah.
And that's my pond. I'd like to add that pond has been flooded for the last 3 weeks. It hasn't flooded the 5 years I've owned it.
Okay.
Besides that, there's also been violations of the Basel area law, which requires no tree greater than 4.5 feet around be disturbed within 200 feet of a grade greater than 25%. That's RSA 227-J:9. The slash law's already been spoken for here. We have timber trespass, which is the cutting of any stumpage or tree on someone else's property and not removal, which is Mr. Burgess's blue spruce that was so poignant and beautiful, which they destroyed. And then also, not civil, the criminal trespass is the leaving of the remnants of those trees on said property, which is RSA 227-J:8A. The Dredge and Fill Act, RSA 482-A, which is machinery ruts in wetlands, a bank of a brook, which you've all seen in the photographs, or water body. And that leads on also to say that no tree should be left greater than 4.5 feet where cutting has been cut along a bank. Basically means you can't push the stuff down the bank, which is what's been going on up there. So I have this list of 7 RSAs that would grant a cease and desist this evening, if that's something that the board would be so inclined to do, and quit destroying taxpayers' money and risking life and liberty in pursuit of happiness.
Hear you, Harold.
Thank you very much.
I would suggest we might want to grant that cease and desist based on that information and make sure that we have all those RSAs.
Absolutely.
And make sure that we just check with legal tomorrow to make sure that that is.
Hey, can you
something
provide
we
us a copy of those?
I think we ought to do it conditional upon...
Conditional on legal approval.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think we want to have that, those eyes dotted.
Yes,
Absolutely.
that's,
I can
How
give you the
long will
whole,
that take? There'll be a lot more happening.
If what?
How long will that take, Bill?
A day?
Yeah.
A day.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Guarantee you a day.
No, but
Sorry.
but we don't have reason to think that Walter Mitchell wouldn't give us a pretty quick turnaround.
I will give you the whole.
My understanding is we'll vote on it tonight, Karen, And then tomorrow morning, we can check with
slash
Walter
law.
Mitchell,
Yes.
and if
I don't know
Walter
if you got a
Mitchell
copy of
said,
that.
yes, that's fine,
has
it's all
the map
legal
on
and
the back
everything,
here
then
that
it's
says-
done.
You need to know it's time of the essence.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Then it's done. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna vote on it tonight, and if it's okay with legal, then it'll go forward. So it shouldn't take, I mean, as soon as he
Should happen
opens, we can
tomorrow.
call him and get his approval.
Were they there today?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They were there yesterday,
And
too.
Harold, you said there was, you told me an explosion.
It sounded like gunfire. They went over the end of his driveway at about 30 miles an hour with a low boy trailer. I actually have the video clip
I
on my
heard that.
surveillance camera where the back tires of the low boy came off the ground at approximately 30 miles an hour. It's my guess.
What's the
From-
first date they started there?
They started either the 8th or the 9th. It was either Thursday or Friday, I can't remember exactly.
Of May?
Yes, of May.
I have a copy of UNH Cooperative to Timber Harvesting. I'm collating it for you. I'm going to leave it with you. Has all the RSAs in it. You're more than welcome to.
Whatever you can leave us to have for,
Is that, you must have that all on,
There's one page.
I downloaded it, yeah.
and can you, some of that, we might want to have
Talks about
digitally,
return
just for
documents.
forwarding
Just send us
to,
the link.
Okay.
Give us the hard copy, just send us the link as well.
to send it to our attorney.
Yeah, that's from the UNH Cooperative
Yeah.
Extension.
the key here is this says should. Even if a temporary driveway permit is not needed, forestry professionals should, when timber operation is complete, pull culverts, if not permanent, clean out ditch lines, seed and return access to original condition. Which you say they have no intention of doing, but we do not know that.
Well, except for the fact that he's told me he won't. Yeah, nothing in writing, but that's what he told me.
And I would also say that if we can give the cease and desist, and legal agrees that we can do that, that, to the point that was made, if we can then require them to provide a bond,
Yep.
We need to find that out too, Paul, if, when questioning is if we can request a bond.
Should that be part of the motion?
yes.
I think also not only requesting the bond, but I think because of the misinterpretation of the application that he filled out, I think we should make him fill out a correct application also. Because that application,
I agree.
to me, is null and void. The information is incorrect, so I think he should fill out a new application. I think we should require a bond too. I think it
hold
should be
public
both.
hearings.
Yeah.
Have butter notices and do it
And
the
if you
right
have
way.
another logging operation going on, you need to look at Sanborn Road right now.
Right.
It's already
Maybe
deteriorated,
that needs to stop.
and you
too.
just spent a
Copy
lot
just
of money to
so you see
repave that.
Yeah, we've got.
So we know,
I
that
just-
we know that we have one up the road. We have another timber cut, intent to cut
It's gonna
up the
come down the
road.
hill on the new
Do you know
page.
where they're accessing that? Do you know?
All the way through Pettit's, right on the other side of Pettit's Pond, I understand.
I was told it was, Reggie told me it was going to be above his home.
Oh, it's behind his home?
Yes, that's what he told
Is
me.
there any about a concern about this potential cut?
Well, I bought that too,
Do you have a concern about this?
not unless they step on my property.
Yeah, he has told me that they're going to be very, very selective, and it's truly a management issue, not a economic
I thought it
issue.
was across the road from his house.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was across the road from his house. The other side of Sanborn Road.
No,
Not
no.
to say that.
No, it's, Reggie Peddle is the very top of the hill,
Yeah, I
on
know.
Sandbar Road, and it's back
Does
there.
anybody want to see that?
Mr. Chairman, I think what we should do first is, I know you have another one
Let's
there,
deal
but I
with
think
this
we
one
need to
first,
take
yeah.
care
No,
of.
I agree, I was just asking that,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So I think what we've come to is three things. Cease and desist based on legal opinion, a request for bond,
And a new
and a
application,
new
a
application.
new correct application.
Correct, corrected application.
Will you deny
I'll
the new
make-
application?
What's that?
Will you deny the new application?
I think that we have to have a public hearing and get all the concerns and make sure that they've crossed all
Things
the
are done,
Ts and
that's
dotted
right.
their I's and everybody's happy with it. If that's
That's the
not
only
the
way
case,
that it will
then...
resume
And
if we can do
and
this.
if we require a bond,
Yeah.
then that's gonna cover everything.
Not
Well,
gonna cover
it will
someone
cover
drowning.
damage, but it
Right.
may not, there may be some irreparable harm that's
Yes,
being
exactly.
done, and we can't
That's-
overlook that,
right.
so,
Yeah,
that-
the erosion control was very
yeah,
important.
yeah.
I just have one quick word. I walked that land 2 days after you guys signed the intent to cut with 2 members of the Conservation Committee. I was wearing a flame orange jacket, and one of the timber harvesters up there very definitely tried to impede my travel on that road by means of attempting to run me over. I don't think that that's very useful for somebody who's trying to help a town agency to be trying to run over in the woods. These people are not going to take your actions lightly. You may have to include other arms of the law to get these things passed when you do go about that way. Just the way that they have been acting with the running our UPS driver off the road and running everybody else on the road off, you're going to have a long and winding road ahead of you. So don't take these things lightly, and I hope you have a good attorney.
They don't.
Okay, Carol, anything else? Any other comments relative to this particular situation?
Just want to thank you very much for listening to us.
Sure.
Me too.
Thank you, that was a good communication.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask for someone to make a motion including those 3 main points?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Do you know what motion
And
you...
the motion is,
What he
Go ahead,
said.
the motion is...
the motion to
Issue a cease and desist.
issue a cease and desist order,
Yes,
require a bond, and have them fill out a new application and run this all by our legal tomorrow to verify that that is all can be done and that expediency is critical.
And the grounds of the cease and desist order, shouldn't that be part of the motion?
Should be based on the RSAs that were
Yeah,
stated, so that
violation
legal
of RSAs.
verifies that those
Yeah.
are legitimate RSAs that we can apply to this situation.
Paul,
An incomplete, inaccurate form is
that's the
all we
basis right
need.
there.
Yeah.
That's all we really need.
Okay.
And I don't need any information other than just the 3
That's
things
what,
in the
that's
minutes.
So we can, that's right, we can hold it up just with the improper application.
That is correct.
Shouldn't
Intent
they
to
be
cut.
on notice that we are concerned about the violation of the RSAs? I mean, if they think it's just an incorrect application,
They
they
should-
might not understand how serious this is. That is my only concern, that they need to be somehow notified that
Well-
it goes
And if we
beyond.
require a
only
bond,
just-
they want to know
Yeah.
what's there.
That's only just
Yeah.
to get legal moving.
To get
that's
legal
all, yeah.
moving, okay.
Yeah, I think the incorrect application
Is the reason
is
for the
a
cease and
thin,
desist.
is a
It
thin.
is thin, but if
Very
it
thin,
works to
but-
get them to stop, so
But the
that we can
erosion,
address the
the
other
other
issues.
things, I think, are serious.
On the last page is the list of the RSAs.
The last page of this
Yeah,
one?
don't mind my chicken scratching.
And can I just ask, related to the bond, of course, nobody's discussed a dollar amount yet, and I don't know if that's, we're even capable of discussing that this moment, but I would hope that whatever the dollar amount is includes the coverage of destruction of not only town property, but also private property. That retaining wall, if we were to give out, probably, I'm not an engineer, I don't know if anybody here could gather a guess, but I bet you it would be at least $25,000, $50,000 to repair that.
Some of the historic records, there's no price on that, it just didn't come.
So I guess I would just, like to at least to be informed, or I can call somebody or somebody can call me, and, so I can kind of have an idea of what you're...
Yeah, we'll need a list of all the things that this bond should
Yeah.
cover, and then we'll have to figure out a way to get the best estimate.
Okay.
Well,
And Paul will be contacted.
Okay. Yeah, Paul knows where to find me.
Right. So we have a motion, and we have a second?
I second it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Fran seconded it. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we will be on that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next on the old business is the furnace room bulkhead. All I wanted to do is let everybody know, hopefully everybody saw it, that MAV remodeling completed the bulkhead and it looks great. Everybody take a look? So just wanted that to be aware. And they did that for $28.75.
Do you have the invoice there?
We had it in,
Would you like us to sign it? Have we already signed it?
there you go. Okay, next, the Mill Pond Hydroelectric Plan, and I put a backslash on that, Conservation Commission and Water and Sewer Update. I can tell you, since I think James Will might be out there, James presented this to us last meeting, and subsequent to his presentation, it was stated by the Water and Sewer Department at one of their meetings that there was a sewer line that was running in close proximity to the area of the tail race that he would like to dredge. Subsequent to that, also involved the Conservation Commission, because James had asked for a PBN, which is a permit by notification, which expedites the process of him being able to do the work. If they didn't grant him the PBN, he would be able to do the work after a 25-day period. The Conservation Commission PBM allows him to do that work in possibly a 10-day period. And I guess I would like to just bring that up for the record, but I also would like, if there's any interjection from Water Sewer, Conservation Commission, or James on an update to this hydro dam dredging, I'd like to be made aware. We would like to be made aware. Anybody want to speak? No one would like to speak?
I would like to say something.
You go ahead first.
Go ahead, James.
I mean, I know I make the night too long, but I was asked to, we had a meeting at the Water and Sewer Department. Let me just stand here. Is that best?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We had a meeting at the Water
Just speak up so everybody can hear you, please.
Sewer Department last week that Norm was president and Stacy, as well as the Water and Sewer Commission, where we discussed the concerns about the proximity of the town sewer line to the area where we want to do work. And it was initially, I think that a lot of the concerns initially came from some statements that were made by somebody that the sewage line crossed underneath the outflow channel from the hydroelectric plant down here off of Winter Street, and that a previous owner had tried to excavate it at one point and met with bad results, and that it had already been taken down far enough. And when I heard that, I in myself just said, then it's obvious we can't do anything down there. But pretty much at that moment, Rusty Cross, who works for and was being relied upon by the Water and Sewer Department as the person that would be like a technical advisor about the subject, came in with maps, which these are copies from which I've just put a little shaded area where the snowmobile bridge is down there for reference.
James, could you provide each select board member a copy of that, please?
Now, this map has not been altered at all from what Rusty provided. Apart from the adding of the shaded area here, which is the snowmobile bridge below the railroad trestle down there, and the addition of the distance from the sewer line at this box to the high water mark of the tail race, which is the outflow channel that we're talking about dredging.
Mr. Worrell, would you tell them that the Swan River actually is...
The tail race.
Yeah,
Is the tail race so that they don't...
Yes, this map was made back whenever they put the line in, I believe, whenever that was, the 1960s or something? Was that approximately the time?
We'll go with that.
Okay. A while ago. And so they labeled, what it is up here this is the dam. If anyone else would like one, I have a copy that I could hand them. This is the dam, and up here, I actually have a large copy I could hold up to illustrate for people.
So just for reference purposes, what's labeled the Squam River is tail race, and what's not labeled is Squam River.
Okay.
Just so you know that.
All right, if I can hold it.
You must hold it?
Sure.
We'll take it right here.
Oh, this is great. So, this, what you're looking at is Winter Street would be over here, and this is the mill pond in this area. This is the dam, and what used to be, at the time, was the paper mill building. It's now just an old foundation. The powerhouse is here, and the town sewer line runs down the opposite side of the pond, and then just below the dam, it cuts down to the base of the bank. Rusty Cross and I were over there looking at it and trying to nail down it. The water and sewer department's at a disadvantage to be able to know exactly where it is because at the time there wasn't very exact mapping done. But that it's assumed based on the drawing and common sense that this is at the base of the bank, slightly into the bed of the river. Now what Eli just pointed out was they've labeled this section of waterway as the Squam River, when in fact this is the outflow, the man-made outflow from the hydroelectric plant here, and this is Squam River down here. So it's mislabeled. And basically what we have proposed, we applied for a grant last spring and were awarded it from the Public Utilities Commission to upgrade the turbine which is in the plant that's substandard, and it's lucky that it's still running. It's run over the last year. So part of that was to do anything else that we could do to increase the production of renewable energy from the site, which is sold directly to the town of Ashland. And so one of the biggest things that can be done is that over the years, when flood, well actually in 2008, especially when that flood came over here, it dug a house-sized hole out of the riverbed below the dam and washed it all over into the tail race, which has raised the level of the backwaters coming out of the turbine, which is bad for it mechanically. It reduces the head, therefore the electricity production, and it also greatly hinders us in our access to do the work we need to do to upgrade the turbine this coming summer. And so I first approached the Department of Environmental Services and asked them what type of a permit that I would need and who I needed to contact, because we wanted to dredge this and then to resolve the problem from recurring. In 2008, the owners of the dam poured concrete down here, so it's not going to be dug out again and deposited, but there is a large amount of it here in the tail race. So we also want, and this is to, in this scribbled in area, it's actually, the map is modified by my scribbles too, but right from about here up to here, which represents about 75 feet, put in sheet pilings, which are steel, pieces of steel plate that interlock, that you drive into the bank that keep the bank from falling down any further, because this side also has collapsed repeatedly over the years into the tail race, the bank.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, you made a presentation, what, month ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How is what you're saying now different
Than what you
from
presented
that?
last month.
What is
I'm
new?
sorry. Oh, I apologize to you all for that.
But I don't think we need to go over that because we did go through that
Okay.
last
I
month.
just, you're here for something that's different, and that's
Okay,
what
well-
I'm trying to find out.
Answer
Okay,
that?
part of, yes.
So I will explain why he's here. So then when we heard of the water and sewer, Mr. World came to the Conservation Commission meeting after we had done a tour of the project, of the site. You explained kind of step by step what you were doing. Then we convened at our Conservation Commission meeting, and at that point in time we found out there were concerns with that sewer pipe. And so at the end of that meeting, we said, well, we will sign that conditional based on what feedback we get from the Water and Sewer Department and their concerns with the sewer pipe. And so, so one of the commission members met with Rusty the next day. That commission member has significant concerns that the vibrations of the equipment doing the dredge is going to cause the pipe to burst.
Now,
Or
is that-
may cause the pipe.
Is that phase 1 or phase 2 we're talking about?
That's phase 1.
Okay.
That's just the maintenance
Okay,
dredge, which
okay.
is the permit by notification.
That's the one below the dam.
Below
Below
the
the,
dam.
below the penstock. Is that right?
Within the first 75 feet.
For the what?
Well, that's what I was,
In here.
part of the reason for describing all of this was to eventually divide the work into the two halves. Basically, we want to put in the sheet piling work, but what the DES told me was it's actually two separate pieces of work. The dredging of the material, which we need to do to move forward initially, can be permitted under something called a permit by notification because it's a man-made channel and it's necessary for this utility-related operation. And that what we needed to do was get permission of the landowners, which the town is one, down below the railroad bridge. We got permission from the railroad, and to expedite it, a signature from the local conservation commission. But that the sheet piling driving work would be permitted under a more complicated permit called a wetlands permit because it involved building near a waterway.
And that is not something we're dealing with yet.
That's not
in this
anything we're
project.
dealing with right now.
Is that something that at all you two are dealing with?
Not at this, I mean,
Okay.
I
So-
think that
so that's where
discussions can begin.
That's where it kind of mixed, and I wasn't sure in emails about the vibration, if the concern was the sheet piling machinery that, drives the sheet pilings in, because in our conversation at the Water and Sewer Department, that was the concern. We won't be doing that relative to the work that I'm here, or we'll be meeting tomorrow with for permission from the Conservation Commission.
The pilings part of it would be done in what time frame?
End of the summer, probably.
Okay.
Middle to end of the summer.
Okay, so right now, I think I wanted to bring up is what we need to do is to get through this initial phase, which would be the tail race dredging.
I think
Right.
that there's one more piece of information,
Yes,
that
Stacy.
the water will be low flow at, what we're trying to do, or what Mr. World's trying to do, is to get the work done during low flow, because Mr. Lane is,
As an FYI to the general public, which is a little further, down in business, Andrew Lane has notified the town that the dam is going to, the river is going to be lowered around, on June 21st. And it's going to be probably, he says, 3 to 4 days to turn the river into, as you have seen in the past, a small stream with a lot of mud and et cetera. So be aware that we've been notified of that so that he can do repairs to the dam. So as Stacy was about to say,
Not our dam.
no, his dam. Stacy was to say, James is trying to get this work done at the same time that water is low, because it just will make it
It's going to be
easier.
better for everybody because there won't be any opportunity for leakage of the sediment we're creating back into the river during that time. It's going to be better on the machinery. The ground will be retaining as much water, therefore even the concern about vibration is reduced. But there's several reasons why it would be good for us to try to do the work at the same time, even apart from our own schedule of the stages of what we need to do down there. But
Should we have
so-
a bond for this, in case something happens to the sewer?
so this was what one of the Conservation Commission members is asking for. And that would be Mr. Joe Mazzone. He has significant reservations, and I did ask him to come tonight to explain his request. And I'm just going to read his email. that the selectmen or water and sewer have the town attorney draft a certificate of liability that Mr. World would sign that states, among other things, that he will accept liability for any damage that might occur to the pipe in conjunction with this project.
Would
So
a bond,
that was Mr. Mazzone's request.
would a bond be better? I mean, a bond, the money's there.
Correct.
Liability, the money isn't necessarily there. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
Well, the site work, the licensed site work crew that I'm going to be working with is insured. They do work building high schools in the state of Massachusetts. And so an email I received from Mr. Badger requested that we would put the town, and specifically the water and sewer department, on the certificate of insurance. And I've talked about that, and for me, of course we're going to be insured, and we would cover, especially if that's on the town's if not the railroad's property right there. Of course we would be insured for any damages that we would cause on somebody else's property.
Okay, James, excuse me. Eli, you had a comment to make. Let him,
Mr. World explained it. I think he's doing a great job of relating what I asked about.
okay,
So,
let him continue. Go ahead,
let him
James.
continue.
But the only thing that makes me a little uncomfortable is that, like's been stated, this is a decades-old sewage pipe. If there's problems with it a year from now, I guess my request would be that the liability would be limited to a time frame. And because, who knows, like we were talking about in the meeting, you get a heavy spring flow and there's 100 times the amount of vibration occurring there.
Okay, so what I gotta do is, this is really an FYI. I really believe this is something that's gonna need to be worked out between the Water and Sewer Department and yourself, correct? Which you are meeting tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening.
So what I'd like to really do is move on with our agenda.
With the conservation.
Correct. Yes, Stacy, correct?
Yeah, I guess my concern is that there's a clock ticking here.
Right.
Should we?
He's going to lose his opportunity to...
He's gonna lose his opportunity with you, is that correct, for the PBN? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's going to lose his opportunity, period, because, this is a question to be answered. If the Conservation Commission does not sign the PBN, and the work cannot be done during low water, what happens?
Well,
we'll
have to put pumps in up at the upper end, and the work will be done later, which I can't predict. We need to accomplish everything prior to the middle of fall when river levels come back up. But
question on that, when you originally presented it to me, you presented it to me as though you were going to do it via the pump method, though.
That's what we were considering until Andrew...
Was after, what you explained to me then was before you knew that Andrew Lane was going to have a drawdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this just makes it easier for you if
Right.
we do it
Everybody,
for everybody,
Should we
right?
grant some kind of,
Yeah.
I mean, I know we voted basically tentatively in favor.
Conditional
but-
Yeah.
on conservation.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't want Stacy to come back to us and say, well, you gotta say something. and Eli-
Stacy, is there something we can do for the Conservation
I think we
Commission
ought to just,
to move this forward?
I guess to address Mr. Mazzone's question, I'm going to let Eli.
Eli, go ahead.
We're meeting tomorrow night. We
Right.
expedited this part of it in order to see if we could help Mr. World. It helps us, it helps to try to keep it within Mr. World's deadline. So we're meeting tomorrow night. If Mr. World, the Water and Sewer Commission has no major issue except the liability of vibration, cracking, 40-year-old pipe.
how about if we just endorse the opinions, the decisions of the Water and Sewer Commission and the Conservation Commission? The pending decision.
I'm not
Go ahead, Eli.
if I may, I'm not sure how you think that would help.
I don't know that it would.
We
Well,
just
I'm
want to
not
know
trying
if
to-
there's
I just don't
anything
want to
we
have
needed
you
of
guys
us.
coming back to
Right.
us, and we're not here.
When Mr. World spoke to us that Wednesday, we're generally in favor of him doing, we were generally favorably inclined. It's a matter of who holds the liability if something happens while he is vibrating
And
those
again,
pipes.
I would think that could be worked out
And that can be worked out
tomorrow evening.
tomorrow
Correct.
evening.
Hopefully.
Because I don't think we
so,
can
too.
work that out
I
for
don't think
you.
there's anything we can do.
Then I guess the question really was Mr. Rizzo's request. That's why it was put on the agenda.
Well, it looks like you're discussing it vis-à-vis the liability issue, and I think, again, that's your call at this point.
Yeah.
I just have a follow-up question on any potential liability issues. If by chance this dredging did cause this pipe to
Right.
break,
Crack.
what would be the result of that?
Yeah.
Do not ask questions you do not want an answer to.
I don't.
It would not be pretty.
It would be ecologically a disaster.
What would happen would be catastrophic. You're pumping raw sewage into the water.
And when is the last time that those pipes have been checked out for its current status?
Probably when they were put in.
40 years ago, did you say?
Yeah.
At least.
68.
So that's why there's a lot of concern about this.
I mean, there's a lot, because those are cast iron pipes. It would be nice if we had known, and Mr. World wanted to absorb running a camera down the length of those pipes to see if there were any cracks to begin with. But we're past that point at this point.
In my mind, I'm wondering, what would you do if that happened? I mean, it's not legal to dump
We
that
would be spending a lot of money to get the thing cauterized.
I mean, it's not legal to dump that in the river.
You're right.
And so there's a violation, it seems, is
You're
occurring
absolutely
instantaneously.
right.
So wouldn't we want to have some better indication of the current status of those pipes before we...
What if they don't do the work?
For whatever this is worth, the Rusty Cross, who works for the
For
commission.
utility partners, yes.
Yeah. In a conversation I had prior to our meeting with Mr. Badger, he said that they would rely heavily on his expertise about the effects of what we were doing. He went down there with me after our meeting and stood there and said, I can't personally see where anything you're doing is going to even remotely approach the vibration from the spring runoff flows here. And so I think that I'm not trying to be just dismiss the concerns, but the dredge work is going to be in a channel, a confined channel that's labeled Squam River right now here. And right there. But what?
Before where there's any concern.
Right. And in the area where it approaches up, the closest point of approach to the closest side of the riser above that sewage pipe, you could probably add a foot to that distance, is 16 feet to the edge of the channel, where we're going to be removing at that point about 2 feet of accumulated river stone from the top of the surface of the channel. So we're not going to be digging out 6-foot diameter rocks or anything like that. It's accumulated rock, 2 feet of accumulated stone from the top of this channel, horizontally 16 feet away, and I don't know how far it's set into the ground. But my thought was, and it was mirrored by Rusty, was that it wasn't really going to, it's the weight of the equipment that we're using there, it doesn't nearly equal the pounding it receives by water.
Well, they're gonna have a meeting
It-
tomorrow
it
night,
doesn't,
and I don't know what more we can do.
It doesn't sound like the pipe is likely to break.
It's a 14-inch pipe too,
It might
it's not.
crack,
Yeah,
it might crack a little bit. It's presumably be easier to deal
it
with.
is, it could crack.
It could crack under normal
It
circumstances
could, and it
too.
also could crack under normal circumstances.
It's an old pipe.
My feeling is to be, if what Mr. World wants to do exacerbates the situation, while he is there doing vibration, then
Is this for the dredging or for the setting of the sheet pilings?
for the setting of the steel that you're going to be using.
Which is not what we're discussing in this.
Right, so listen, I'm gonna have to move on
But
this.
yeah,
One comment?
Go
we're
ahead.
discussing this tomorrow night.
That's right, that's what I would like to move on to, but
In a former career, I did seawalls. Have you looked into hydronic jetting? If they're worried about any greater than vibration of water, have you looked into high pressure hydronic jetting where you actually use water pressure to lower those plates into the water instead of blasting or excavating equipment? I did work in the Fort Myers River Basin where we set bridge abutments with a heavy head flow with no draining possible. And we were down there with 20,000 PSI jets lowering steel in the water, and all we were using is water. If they're concerned at any greater risk than water, why not use water?
Well, I haven't, but just as, this is so important to me to make this really clear, is that it may be we find out down the road we shouldn't set the sheet pilings.
Okay.
That's completely
Yeah,
separate.
let's deal with
right
it.
now, you just want us to consider the dredging of the tail race.
All we're talking about here is dredging from 0 to 3 foot of depth, accumulated river stone out of this channel, pre-existing channel. So that, the vibration that we're talking about relative to the current subject is simply the traversing and the scooping of this accumulated stone out of there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to limit that. Jane, did you have a comment before I move on?
I'm a little confused. I think I got part of it straightened out. But from what Eli is saying, that it sounds like the concern is the punching in of the piling.
Which is
Yeah, which is
another
an-
phase.
Which is the
Yeah.
next phase,
Yeah.
which
Right.
you don't even know if you're going to be allowed to do that phase
Right,
yet.
That's
right?
correct.
But my other question was, okay, on the first phase of just actually doing the dredging, is that a real concern to the water and sewer?
Okay,
So I don't see any problem, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but I
Okay.
would think that at least you as a board could.
Well, it's really not up to us at this
No,
point.
I mean, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't.
okay, one last comment. Stacy, did you have any
Oh, no,
further
I was
comment?
just gonna say that the major concern, I guess, is getting the Conservation Commission to have those same beliefs at this point.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I don't know.
and I think we have to move on now on it. Okay, thank you, James.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So where does this stand now at this point?
It stands with their meeting tomorrow evening at 7:45 at the Water and Sewer
They say
meeting.
if everything's okay, it goes forward, right, based on our last vote.
That's correct. Okay, is everybody okay with that? Okay, the next thing is just a quick note on reducing the burden on taxpayers. All I wanted to note was that we have a tentative meeting upcoming within a month with utility partners just to explore possibilities of outsourcing.
Just
And
a
you
little-
wanted to comment?
Little side note,
Yeah.
when we discussed this last time, I suggested something about a list that we keep track, keep a log, just for discussion, not tonight, maybe
Yeah.
at our work session. I just drafted a potential kind of a log we might look at where we list the ideas, the responsible party, time frame, priority, comments, concerns, benefits, next steps, and status. It's just a way to kind of keep track of these things. So we can discuss this next in 2
Okay,
weeks.
very
I'll
good.
send it to you electronically, and I'd appreciate any and all comments.
Thanks, Fran.
Yep.
Okay, next. On May 28th, no, was it May 28th? May
No,
21st?
21st.
May 21st, we had a tour of the mill. from Ashland Properties LLC. We wanted to see what we're facing, and I open it to my fellow board members to provide some thoughts.
My comment was, as bad as it looks on the outside, it's 10 times worse on the inside, and it's a nightmare.
I think that that is a island of blight in the middle of town. And we have an owner and a mortgage holder, neither of whom want it. And nothing is going to be done to it. There are going to be more broken bottles on the broken windows on the outside and more broken bottles on the inside. And I think the town has to bite the bullet and take it over and make the best of it. And that may mean demolishing it, that means selling it to a contractor. I realize a lot of thought has to go into this and a lot of investigation, but I think that is going to stay there until the town does something about it.
It's an attractive nuisance,
It
and
is
I
an
worry
attractive
about our
nuisance.
kids going in there and possibly dropping a match. I mean, it's a tinderbox, it's a disaster waiting to happen, and we can't close our eyes to it anymore. But I do think we need a plan in place before we take it over.
And I don't
Yeah.
think we can just do it just as the select board. I think we need to involve other people.
Absolutely.
You know, the DES, the state, everybody. You know, Mr. Glidden had given us some ideas. See if we could buy it for $1 from the owner, and then that way it is ours, and we could board it up and do whatever we wanted. But it is just terrible. Fran was saying about the kids. We knew there were kids in there because there were beer bottles and a mattress, and you know, it's just sad because there is going to be a big fire, and it's not just going to take that building, it's going to take others too. So I agree, we need to do something, but we really need to have a plan, and we really need to know what we're doing when we do it.
It should be noted that the mill has wooden floors, and they're soaked in various oils from God knows how many years of manufacturing. And yes, I do agree we need a plan, but I think we have to accept the fact that the only entity that's going to do anything about it is the town.
Absolutely.
And as long as it stays there, it's kind of a sea anchor on the development of the town.
Correct.
There are places where there are huge holes in the floor, somebody could fall through. There's a place where somebody could easily fall out the back into the river. There's a barrier that only stands like 3 feet high. There's just so many potential hazards in that building.
There's water,
It's a nightmare.
you know, for
There's leaks in the roof.
There's lead
water all
paint,
over
there's
the place.
asbestos, you name it, it's there.
I just one final comment.
Yes.
This would be if we were to do this would be something that would take many years. I mean, we might be talking a decade. Well, and let's say it is a decade. Well, if you add the amount of money that the town spends on fire trucks, public works trucks, police cruisers, and other pretty expensive capital projects, I think taking over the mill for whatever it might cost would be relatively small in comparison, but not, certainly not insignificant.
Right.
But taken in the context of all the other things that we spend money on, puts it in a little better light, I think.
The other thing is, too, we can't even get a brownfields grant without taking it over. We have
That's
to own
right.
it in order to get the brownfields grant,
Correct.
so.
I just want to add
Go ahead,
to
Steve.
that. Our main purpose to going there is involves 2 buildings within the mill. And the main purpose for going there is, number one, it's been vacant, and we've already described the conditions inside. It's an accident waiting to happen, and the degree of the accident could be significant depending on what happens. Because there's also basically 2 rivers that run under that mill. So if there was any kind of a major fire of any sort, and that all fell into that river, that could cause
Another ecological
a lot of problems.
disaster.
So we wanted to go there, see what was there, and begin to develop an action plan of what we needed to do. And to Jeanette's point, the first stage was to identify, for all of us to see what was there. The next stage is going to be a multi-pronged approach where we're going to have to get all the different parties involved to make sure that we have all the facts and all the different directions that we can go and what things we should do immediately to, first of all, help prevent any kind of, really bad accident. And then the second thing is getting the state and any grants involved, current landowners involved, to come up with a plan to see how we can make that whole mill area something that's productive for the community, because until we deal with those two buildings, the likelihood of anything significant going on there from a development standpoint is pretty slim.
And the other thing is too, is they've owed us taxes for quite a few years now, and it will just continue. They will continue to owe us. This way, being proactive, eventually what can happen is we can do something with the building, or sell the building, and then we can start getting taxes. So, we can't just let it sit there. I mean, we're going in the hole because of it. Nothing's being done. So we do need to do something. And I think us going in there and the whole board doing the tour really made us realize, hey, something has to happen. This can't stay here.
So again, in summary, I think you have heard it's going to require some serious work, and we will continue to look at it, to see what our possible choices are as we move forward. We're just not going to turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to it. Okay, next, Levitt Hill catch basins. You should have received from Tim an estimate for the catch basin work on Levitt Hill Road. Tim, can you come on down?
Come on down, sure. This is an estimate from Michael Tulip, which is, he is doing the project for Barry God, his investors on Levitt Hill. They're going to be shimming and overlaying the rest of the road where they did not dig up. But I have 4 catch basins. I have a drainage system there that's in place. A couple of the catch basins need to be replaced, and there's another one that needs to be installed. So my thought process was, while Michael Tulip is there doing this for Barry God and his investors, it's a time-sensitive issue. Try to get the drainage done while he's right there before they pave over it. Because I really hate to cut up the new pavement after the fact. So.
Question? Go ahead, Jeanette.
Is there any possibility of the Public Works Department doing the work rather than hiring Michael Tulip?
Not in the time frame when they're going to pave it. I have multiple catch basins that I'm in the process of repairing right now. I just found another culvert that I have to replace. We have our day-to-day stuff we do, mowing the ball field, trash pickup, stuff like that. So he's over there now doing the project. He can get to it, probably get it done within a day, day and a half time, where it would take me much longer with the equipment that I have.
What would be the comparison of the amount of time it would take Public Works to do it versus this?
Steve, I really haven't put that together yet. I mean, there's over 200 feet of pipe that have to be laid in. We have a small backhoe compared to his large excavator. He's going to install another catch basin, repair the catch basin he has there, repave it before they shim and overlay.
What would happen to your work schedule if this were bumped up to the top of your priority list?
There's other things that would definitely fall behind. I mean, I've got catch basins that are caving in as we speak, that I need to get to as soon as possible. The weather has been playing a big part in putting me behind on things too. I have ditch work that needs to be done. I've got some dirt roads that if I don't get to the ditches, they're going to start washing out, and then we're going to have problems there. I mean, it's something, can I do it? Sure, but within the time frame that they're talking about to getting that paved, I mean, we have my street improvement money. This is a small project that, the town of Ashland has always hired things out, small things, big things in the past. Like I said, he's right there doing a project now. I mean, I can buy some material, as it states here, and save the town a little bit of money.
What would that savings be? Do you have any idea?
Well, he put, he's got 18.
Well, I know what the savings would be.
But I can actually get that pipe cheaper than that. I called today, and we have a town price that we can get, so I can probably knock another $300 off that price of the pipe if I purchase it.
So I guess the question I ask is, just so we can all understand this, these catch basins are not failing, is that correct?
Two of them are falling apart. The other two, actually, Mike and I went over them. The other two are fine. And it's plastic pipe. But we have two catch basins that need to be fixed, and we're gonna install another one because there's a long stretch where there is no catch basin, so it needs to be put in line of what's there now. So that's where the 200-plus feet of pipe come in and another catch basin.
Okay, so I understand that process, but my further question would be, were you not familiar with what might be involved here a year ago?
I did not know that they were gonna pave that lower section.
This is the section that...
From the stop sign up to above the bathhouse. They didn't, because the water and sewer ran above, already ran past the bathhouse. So that's where they started, Barry Goff started his project. I did not know until I approached you last month that they were planning on shimming and repaving that entire road.
Up to where it's
Where they started the project.
So right from the stop sign all the way into Barry's entrance, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's how many feet?
Of where they started their project?
Yeah, how many feet of road?
Probably 400, 500 feet.
Of the paved part or the unpaved part?
Paved, the
Okay, I got
presently
you.
paved.
Yes, that's about right.
And again, I mean, we're lucky to have Barry God doing this project.
Yes.
The town is getting an entire road, which was in the top 5 of list of roads that need to be fixed. The town has got a brand new road, drainage, water and sewer, pavement, rebuilt at no expense to the taxpayer. And I'm just trying to throw a little expense from the tax dollars in it, so we don't have to dig it up once they pave it.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
And he will pave it up to,
The end, Barry's entrance?
is that where the dirt stops at Barry's entrance?
No, the dirt is just where they stopped paving last winter, early last fall. They're gonna go all the way up to Pease Road, which is right next to
Road.
Barry's,
Okay.
next to Barry's entrance.
Okay, so
They
they're
just-
basically doing the whole road.
Yeah. So, yes, to answer your question, Norm, I was not aware that they were gonna do that lower section. I had no idea they were gonna touch that.
So when did Mike say this has to be done?
Well, originally it was June 1st, but he's behind with the weather and everything else too. I'm not quite sure what his time frame is. I know he's had a crew over there working off and on.
So who's doing the paving?
He uses Wolcott paving.
Okay, so he still has site work to do there?
Besides
this, does he have site work to do there?
Very little on Levitt Hill. He's up in the development right now. So that's why he's close to getting the rest of that, getting that base coat done and shimmed. That's why I say it's kind of time sensitive.
And I understand this, and I only ask, is there any other possible individuals that could do this, or is this really something exclusively that Mike would be the most proficient at?
I mean, we have plenty of local contractors. My thought process is Michael Tulip's right there with his equipment. You're not going to pay the extra money to have somebody else come in.
So we're saving by that being the case?
I think so, yeah, because you're not going to be having somebody else trucking their equipment in. That's an expense that they add to their bill when they're trucking equipment in and out.
Okay.
I mean, he's there.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yep.
No, again, I just have some concerns that we're contracting out something that we have the capability of doing, and I understand what Tim says, there's more projects to do than there's time and money, but it's very concerning to me that we have to pay somebody to do work for the public.
And I think that would lead to this. I think you should at least explore what that might, if you move this up to the top of your priority list with your ability to do this, what kind of money would it cost?
I would have to look into that. I mean,
That's right. So,
I mean, it's...
what you've also said is, you know this isn't going to happen in the next few days or weeks.
I can't, it could happen in the next couple of weeks.
Right.
I don't know. I would have to contact Mike tomorrow and find out what his schedule is like.
If you were to move this up, what will be bumped off the bottom?
Everything.
You wouldn't stop working.
Well, I would. I'm not trying to shuck this project, but if he's got a time frame, say he's got Wolcott scheduled in a week and a half.
Yeah.
It's going to take me much longer to do the. I'm not saying it's going to take me a week and a half to do it, but I'm going to have to just dedicate all my equipment, my guys, to make sure this gets done in the proper time frame.
Okay, so that means maybe something doesn't get done. Now, it doesn't mean that nothing gets done. It doesn't mean everything
No,
else that you said
but-
that you want to do.
But the project list that I have, other catch basins that are caving in on various streets. The culvert that I found out the other day is rotten to the bottom, where there's a large amount of water that can come through this one culvert. And I don't know how long it has been rotten.
But if you had to perform triage, what would go? What would be the project that you couldn't do in 2014?
There's multiple projects still. I mean, I would have to put off all my catch basin repair for right now to dedicate to this project.
Put off, but does that mean till 2015?
No, it will eventually get done.
This year?
Yes, I'm not saying it's not gonna get done at all. I schedule my work, you know, what I feel is a priority.
Yep.
You know, I think I explained to the board, I had 8 catch basins that I had to repair, starting this spring, and I'm only halfway through.
Okay, I guess what I'd like to do is, can we make a decision, one way or another, to move on this? So can I ask for a motion to approve Tim expending $9,950 for catch basin replacement on Levitt Hill Road? Anybody want to make that motion?
I would just say that it would be good to know what it would cost if we did it ourselves and what the amount of time it would take to do that, so that we have some comparison.
I can give you an example real quick, and I don't know if this will help you, Steve. Last year, we had a quote to do a catch basin on West Street, and the quote was $3,000.
Same relative length?
No, this is a much smaller project, much
Okay.
smaller project. After I figured out what we did, the time, and, I thought you were motioning.
That's my caller, excuse me.
The equipment, the man hours that I had up there, material spent,
Yeah.
was about $2,800. I used what it would cost for our equipment per hour, even though we own the equipment. I mean, you still gotta figure that into play. So what we did it for and what we were gonna contract it out for was about $200 difference.
Well, we own the equipment and we're already paying the salary.
I understand that, but
It's not an additional outlay.
No, but when I was asked to figure that out.
Yeah, no,
You gotta figure
of
in,
course.
because that's what you're paying for when you hire it out, so, yes, we still own the equipment, but
That was a different number than you gave us last year when you were doing it, though.
what,
There was a
$3,000?
lot more than a $200 difference between you doing it and,
Something like 1,800.
right,
No,
Oh, yeah.
it was over 20.
yeah, it was. But anyway, so, do I hear any action?
Well, what would you do with that information, Steve?
I guess the 2 questions I would have is, A, if the town was going to do it, what amount of time would it take? If we're saying that it would take Mike a day to do it, would it take us 2 days to do it, 3 days to do it, 4 days to do it? I don't know the answer to that. That would be one piece of information. And the other piece is, if you were to do that, what would you factor in to be the cost? And to Fran's point, obviously, we're already paying that anyway, so really what it amounts to was back to what Phil said is, how much time is it going to take out of your work schedule, and is it going to set you back far enough that it's not worth even considering?
The other thing is too, I understand what you're saying, but the other thing is, it's time sensitive. If Mike says, I need it done by such and such a date, then Tim needs to get it done. So, not necessarily how long it's going to take them to get it done, but when does Mike need it done?
We understand it's time sensitive, and that's why Tim would have, if we said that we should do it, Tim would have to reprioritize the rest of his huge laundry list, and I'm sure it's very long.
But can he get it done in time?
Well, that's the
Well, I
question,
guess
that's
that's the
the
question that
information we
we're
need,
asking.
right?
But the thing is, if it's time sensitive, we don't have another meeting until the work session.
We could schedule one if we had to. We've done it before for emerging situations.
I think we need to know exactly when Mike needs to have it done.
I think that's important.
I do too.
I think that's the most important thing right there, and then, with Tim, if he can go and, get the information for us. I mean, we have to make a decision within the next few days, I believe, by the way he sounds with Mike.
All of the things being equal, I'd like to see our own Public Works Department too. But I don't know if that's...
I don't either, that's why the question.
Excuse me. Wait, please, I can't.
Multitask.
Go ahead.
Multitask.
I can
Oh, it's
multitask.
just
I
with
can't
Tim and-
necessarily hear.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know, where are we? Where are we going on this?
I think we're at a point where I think we can make this decision for you within days if needed. But I also think I hear that we're in a position that we would like you to explore quickly the reality of doing this yourself from a standpoint of getting the job done time-wise, expense-wise, and what may be affected with your other scope of work.
And it may very well be that this is the best way to go, so it would be good to have some...
And I think if this is the best way to go, I think you can get us to get a decision to you very quickly.
Absolutely.
Okay?
I mean, it seems to me you can say, well, okay, there's going to be no mowing for a week, or something, something that's, what are we giving up, basically? What are we giving up if you do it? Because we got to give up something. We can't work
No, I understand that.
24 hours a day.
And even though drainage takes precedent over mowing, you're gonna get the same complaints about the ball field not being mowed. Somebody's gonna call, well, this field hasn't been touched in a week and a half, why haven't you mowed it? That's kind of just along with my thought process. We have construction equipment, but we're not a construction crew, we're a maintenance crew.
Right.
And, I just wanted...
So do you feel that Mike's company is a greater ability to get this done than...
Most definitely. Mike's been in business for over 30 years.
So this is not something you feel comfortable doing? I'm asking the question.
I feel more comfortable having somebody that does this every day doing it, because he's laying over 200 feet of pipe, it's going to be transit use, that type of thing, inline drainage, working that type of thing.
Although you did it on West Street, right?
Well, that was a much smaller, that was one catch basin and piping, 40 feet of pipe across the road.
But still a catch basin.
Yeah, and we can do it. Yes, to answer your question, I do feel more comfortable with somebody doing a project. A little bit bigger scale than what I'm used to doing. But I can definitely look into cost effectiveness.
I just think it would behoove us to look at the whole picture before we make a decision. As you well know, we're operating under a very tight budget this year.
I know.
Extremely tight. And, maybe $9,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but in the scheme of the overall budget, it seems like a big number.
But I also
for us
have
to take.
my street improvement money.
I
have
understand that.
the $48,000 in my street improvement
I
line.
understand
That's
that.
what I was going to use
Yeah.
this out of.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Tim, the sooner you can explore that, get back to us, the sooner we can give you an answer.
hopefully in the next couple days I can have that.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can give the information.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
Thank you very much, Tim. Okay, town beach staffing. Jim. Jim, you sent us some new proposals.
The ones that were asked for.
Right.
And also the readout projected revenue.
Right.
As long as everyone got those, excellent.
Okay, so everybody's looked at these, I presume? And I guess this is what I see. And please correct me, okay? What I see is based on what we had originally proposed. And then adding the lifeguards into the picture for 6-hour days, 7 days a week, added $8,010 to the picture.
That was based on the spreadsheet that was,
Right.
that I put this all in on.
So,
Now, again, that's having the lifeguards for 6 hours, which was...
before it was
which
5?
It was 10
10,
to 4. which was the,
6 hours.
which was our operating from last year. The only difference was that in the proposal that you folks had requested was that we had the gate open until 8 PM and having gatekeepers there.
Right.
Until 8. The concession area would only be open until 3 o'clock. And that gave the gatekeepers enough time to process the daily sales.
So, thoughts from other board members? And again, I just want to understand, yes, what we have done this year is ask for extended hours at the beach.
Well, that was one of the concerns of...
So that is what may have added some cost to the beach?
That would, correct, and also using the concession area.
Correct.
The 1,700 for supplies.
Right. But again, just so I understand, the reality of the difference is, it's about an $8,000 difference if we go with lifeguards.
The numbers are right there.
And does everybody see that? Do you want to interject anything else, Jim?
No, just the basis of is I still stick to my aspect of having the lifeguards there is a matter of safety, and it also offers the opportunity for families and other groups to come in to utilize the beach in a safe environment. By having the gate open till 8 PM in the hopes of catching some of the population that comes in after the guards leaves, that was to keep the bathrooms open, so that we're still covering the costs for the water, paper products, electricity, and the gatekeepers that are on duty.
Yep.
Could we have comments from anyone who's in the audience?
Oh, we're going to. I'm going to open this to comments. But I wanted to make sure Jim had finished. And I also wanted to make sure that any other board members had any quick comments. But yes, what? Go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, I also had added a final sheet to that where the option of having, as we did last year, our gatekeepers were also lifeguards. What that did for us is that it made for rotation of the guards at the different stations. It made for a much easier time on the guards. So you're not watching the water for 8 or 6 hours straight. You have a rotation so that when they're done with the water, they go to the gate. So it gives them a mental break as well as a physical break.
So is this what I'm seeing when it says using lifeguards as gatekeepers?
That is correct.
So
that was the option there, and by utilizing the aspect of having the Saturday and Sunday schedule, where we had the overlapping, the 6-hour overlapping with the gatekeepers, by having a third person there being a guard, you effectively have 2 guards and a gatekeeper all day.
How much money do you take at the gate?
I supplied the spreadsheet.
Last year was $5,500.
That is correct.
At the gate?
That's right, right there.
Because everything was sold at the gate. The beach passes, season passes, and daily.
But I'm talking about not a beach pass, if someone would, I'm thinking of, let's, in the scenario you point, where you've got lifeguards doubling as gatekeepers. At some point, there's nobody at the gate. Just a shift change.
At 4 o'clock.
Not a shift change.
No, because there's always somebody there, and then the guard takes over, so the place is never unmanned. It's just a rotation of it, that's all.
So what does that do to the cost, if you're doubling up gatekeepers and lifeguards?
There looks to be a savings in that scenario, as opposed to having 2 lifeguards, 2 gatekeepers, because now you're doubling up, which is what was done last year. So the system is already in place. We're just extending the hour for the gatekeeper. And by utilizing the Saturday, Sunday schedule, you can have the full coverage up until 4 o'clock when the lifeguards leave, and then you still have someone at the gate until 8.
So Jim, Last but not least, what's your recommendation? Today?
My recommendation?
Today, yes.
Today?
Yes.
I would stick with the way we had the program last year, utilizing the 2 guards and gatekeeper, hours 10 to 4. If the whole aspect is having the bathrooms open until 8 o'clock, I schedule somebody to go over to close the bathrooms up. It's the same budget we had last year, and we had the money to cover the funds, the salaries. The only difference is we're adding the concession area, and that is a nominal price. It's still within the budget to operate.
Well, it's revenue producing as well.
Yes, it is. It is revenue that is coming in.
So the cost of the concessions doesn't concern me because we get that back, then some
That is
revenue,
correct.
so, yeah.
That would be my recommendation, because we have a system that's already working. The question is, do you want to have the bathrooms open till 8 o'clock? Where in years past, everything closed at 4.
Which again, some of these board members felt that was a little too early.
Especially since, as you said, a lot of people go at 8. I know personally, that's when I've gone, because it's when I'm done with my biking or whatever, and it'd be nice if the bathrooms were open.
There were more
So,
people there today at 4:30 than there were at 12:30, I can tell you
Yeah,
that.
and that's been always the case. And that, again, that was what prompted me to say, how do lifeguards make you safe when most of the people are at the beach after they leave? And, that's still something I'm wrestling with, but that's another issue.
Okay, go ahead, Jeanette.
The comment that was made when we voted on it before was that there were a lot of towns without lifeguards. Well, I checked, and there are many towns, area towns, that have lifeguards. Sandwich, Center Harbor, Meredith, Moultonborough, so there's a lot of towns missing some, but in the area that have lifeguards, so it just kind of is, to me, misleading when we say there are many towns that don't, because there definitely are more towns that have lifeguards in the area than there are that don't. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, any other comments from board members? As I have done on the agenda, I would like to open this to public comments relative to town beach staffing. Harold?
I'd like to mention, being a local business owner, that one of the benefits of having these lifeguards here is the fact that we have a public access for people who want to send their children down to the beach, and they go swim. Was it 2 days a week that the children go down there with the Parks program?
Yes, that is. We do utilize that.
Okay, you have several people who reside in this town that also own their own businesses, and the summertime is their busiest time. One of the benefits and one of the reasons why they live in this town is we have such a program. Now, if there's no lifeguards to watch our children, these affluent business owners, what are they going to do with their businesses? They're probably going to move to a town where there's a place where their kids can go and enjoy the lake. We're right on Squam. There's no reason not to have lifeguards in an area. We're trying to economically rebuild the town, and we have no sub-support for these people that are going to come to this area for their children to enjoy our natural resources. We have such a beautiful end of the lake there. If it's not protected, both environmentally and for the children's safety, that's money's going elsewhere where there are places that children can be more safe and enjoy the area freely without concern of the parents.
Okay, Harold, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to have something
Go
up.
ahead.
Before, when some of the people were at our last meeting, they said Phil's suggestion was to get a petition and have people sign it. So I'm just wondering if...
I have a petition, 6-7 pages, over 100 signatures of people who would like the lifeguards.
Please come, if you could you please bring that forward?
Absolutely.
Jim, just a point of clarification, for your summer program for your kids, don't you
Yes.
bring
Thank you very
lifeguards
much.
anyway?
I do have a lifeguard that
So,
is a counselor.
I understand what Harold is saying, but you do
Yes,
have a lifeguard.
we do have a lifeguard
Thank
on
you.
staff.
Also, talking about the other towns, I believe that's apples and oranges. How many of those other towns have a campground that charges people to use the beach as well? You can't go by what other places are doing if they don't have the same stuff as we do. As far as the cost, the way you put it is trying to make it look like it's inflated. If you kept it the way it was, there's barely any difference for having those lifeguards and not having those lifeguards. I looked at that last time. Having it open until 8 o'clock, I'm sure there's more of a cost but you are expanding the day by 4 hours. Of course, there's going to be more cost. Is that necessary?
So can I just ask a question of you?
Absolutely.
How is a beach any safer at 5 o'clock than it is at 2 o'clock or vice versa?
Well-
With or without lifeguard coverage at the beach?
Okay, during the day, during the time that the lifeguards are there,
Yeah.
most of the parents are working.
Okay,
So technically, I know how it was with me. My kids did not go to the beach after the lifeguards were gone unless I was there. I was out of work at that time. During the day, a lot of us don't have that time off, so we need them protected. But at the end of the day, I'm responsible for my own child. I can get there, I can take them. That's every parent's responsibility.
okay.
That's how I feel
Okay,
about that.
further question. Don't you think we have an obligation to the residents to provide bathrooms past 4 PM in the day if they're going to go to our town beach?
Yeah, put a porta potty out there. We used to have that all the time. Put it in the parking lot.
Okay. Okay, next. Donna, well, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Parks and Rec is going to have their lifeguard the days they're at the beach, correct? I want to put this in a nice way, but why is the safety of the Park and Rec kids more important than other children who are on the beach because, one, their parents don't leave the daycare through Parks and Rec, or financially they can't send their children to Parks and Rec? Why can they be there without a lifeguard, the Park and Rec kids can't?
I was just clarifying, that I understood from what Mr. Lamos said, that he sends his kids to the summer program and he wants them safe. I was just clarifying that Jim's summer program, in fact, has lifeguards.
I understand that, I know they always have, but we've also had lifeguards for the other children who aren't part of Parks and Rec. So to me, it's like, if you can afford to go to Parks and Rec, you can.
I guess, you know, I don't have kids anymore that I'm sending to the beach, so I wasn't aware that parents just sent their kids off to the beach and assumed
No,
that
I'm
they'd
not
be
even
taken
talking about
care of.
kids like that, and parents just send them off. I never did that, it was never done with my grandchildren. I'm talking about, you've got a mother there, she's got, say, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, or whatnot. That's a lot. That one little thing that happens, that's when you could have a lifeguard. My other concern, and I've discussed this because I didn't want to offend anyone when I brought it up, so I discussed it with Steve Heath, is the response time. If something happens, you have to go up to the shack, you have to call 911. The responders have to be called out of their workplace or whatever. They have to get the equipment, they have to get to the beach. By then, God forbid, someone's dead or breaking. These are kids, you know, and it's not a whole big bunch of money. And also today, the 2014 Community Guide came out, and it states right in it, daily fee when lifeguards are on duty. You don't have lifeguards, people are going to throw this in your face and say they're not paying a daily fee to a gatekeeper.
Thank you, Donna. Sandra, you had your hand up next.
I did. I just wanted to say that the safety of every child that goes to a beach is 100% the responsibility of the parent who brings that child to the beach, not the lifeguard or anyone else who is there. It is the responsibility of the parent, whether she has 1, 2, or 3 children. That responsibility of those children is 100% lies with the parent. Having a lifeguard there is just an added safety for whether or not that lifeguard is CPR certified, can run for 911 or whatever. But I know that someone mentioned about children on the beach. Children should not be on the beach alone. They should not be there without a parent, unless they're with a program. I guess that,
unfortunately, it does happen.
It shouldn't happen, and children should not be allowed on the beach
In a
without
perfect world,
supervision.
every parent would watch their child.
That has to be the
Okay.
responsibility.
Okay, I can only allow one person to speak at a time, please.
I think
Are you all
that's
set,
a
Sandra?
Yeah, I think that's a responsibility that the town has when they have lifeguards and they have gatekeepers. That it's not a perfect world, but you can make that a perfect situation. I mean, the loss of a life, you cannot. You know, there is no,
I'm sorry, Ann, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Actually, I'm sorry, you had your hand up.
That's
Go ahead.
My question is, are you not charging for these children to go on the beach? How can you charge and not be liable for them?
You can't charge them under what, under 16?
Under 16.
Under 16,
I
free.
don't know how you can charge a fee to enter the beach if you're not liable for what happens.
They don't for under 16. 16
Yeah.
is free.
By deed, we're not allowed to charge the 16.
But they're charging for adults.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it all can drown too, is what I'm saying.
That's right, there's a lot of elderly.
Yes, Ann, you were next, Ann, go ahead.
I'd also like to point out the one and only time this was brought to the town voted to keep the lifeguards in. It wasn't anybody in the town, it was the select board that decided to get rid of this, even though the people voted it in. I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that.
I guess I need some clarification. When did the people vote in specifically
Last year.
They voted for a budget.
To
They
put
voted
the
for a bottom
lifeguards
line
in.
budget.
They
I
voted to
don't,
put money in to have lifeguards. So the money is there, and you guys, whoever,
Just so you understand the voting process, again, there's a little dispute here. The voters did not vote for the proposed budget that had a $12,000 budget including lifeguards. The voters decided not to vote for that and voted instead for a default budget, which falls back on to the previous year's budget, which was $9,000. So the difference is the voters did not vote specifically to agree to the 2014 proposed budget. But yes, just to so you know, your statement is lifeguards were included in the previous budget. So that's a fact, okay? Yes, Jeanette.
Lifeguards were included in the previous budget. At the SB2 meeting, the budget committee took that money out. The townspeople voted to put it back in at the SB2 meeting. The budget, the lifeguard, the money for the lifeguards was in the budget because it was in there because the townspeople voted it in, and then with the default budget, that's the budget that we use. So it was in there. It's supposed to be in there. That's what the townspeople voted.
But there's a difference of $3,000 in that budget, in that line, just so you know. Okay, next.
Yes. I don't understand the budget, all of it could to do, but what is the campground? Isn't the campground part of their fee that they to use the beach? So that part of that money from the campground, and isn't that a good revenue that you use the money for whatever? I mean, I feel, and I only have and my kids don't go there unless I'm there. My grandkids don't go unless I'm there, and I sit there and I watch them. And I just think it's a safety issue. I just feel that somebody that knows how to CPR and such should be there.
Okay, next.
You know, I was
Yeah.
pretty much going to say the same thing. I've
Okay.
been coming to the beach for 8 years with my grandchildren. They're small, and we watch them all the time. But I can honestly tell you that if one of my grandchildren was in distress in the water, I can swim, but I can't promise that I can save that child's life. But I feel tremendous confidence because their lifeguard is there. They know their job. And my children look up to these lifeguards. They excite them about swimming. And this has been happening for 8 years with my grandchildren.
Okay, very good. Jen, I'm sorry, if you were standing out there and raising your hand and I didn't see you, I apologize. Please.
Somebody did mention the elderly. I have experienced myself, and I'm not saying last year specifically, I'm talking years past. I have seen an elderly woman trip off of the handicap ramp and almost hit her head on the wall. Thank God a lifeguard happened to be standing right in the water because I was talking to them and he actually caught her. Good thing he was there. If he wasn't, unfortunate, and if she had gotten hurt, there would have been an incident. But another thing that the lifeguards do is, and I've seen this in action, boaters come up. And it's posted, do not bring a boat up. Those boats don't care. People do not care. We've had people come up, they've come very close to the lines where kids are swimming, and that's a major issue too. My kids, I would tell them, don't even go out to the raft. The raft is gone now, yes, but the boaters come way too close, and they park, some of them were parking up against the raft, even when the lifeguards were or were not there. So it's a matter of safety all around, not just for the kids. I love kids, I have them myself, but, you know, when it comes to somebody's life, I'm sorry, money's no issue.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you. Lee.
I would go along with about the campground. The town brings in over $50,000 a year in the campground. Your budget, their maintenance budget for that's about $2,000 to $3,000 a year. For an additional $3,000 coming out of that, that's an awful lot of safety for this. Not only the kids, what about the adults too? It can be all of them.
Okay. Phil, you had a question of Jim.
Jim, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but we had a lot of people making very strong complaints about the lifeguards' behavior. Was that not a problem last year?
No.
It was not a problem.
The year before.
Question answered?
Question answered, yes.
Any other comments, Alicia, yes?
I was one of the lifeguards last year, and I just wanted to let everybody know that if there aren't lifeguards, there's a very slim chance that anyone listens to the rules on the beach. Because there are...
That anyone
listens to the rules.
Okay.
There are people that come every day, and you still have to continually tell them, don't carry rocks out, don't throw rocks, don't jump off the wall. They're not going to listen. People still smoke on the beach. It's not going to be good.
Okay. Jeanette?
Lee had mentioned about 50-something thousand. I just wanted to say it's actually like 62,000, the amount that the campground brings in.
Yeah. Put it this way. Minus the financial department of the taxable portion, they're the largest revenue producer of the town. Exclusive of the utilities, obviously.
Yes. I hear you on that. Jamie, yes?
Before the campers pay their bills over there, do they know they're not getting the lifeguard services for the same amount of money as last year?
No.
I think the answer to that is probably no.
You might want to inform them whether they pay for the same services.
Is there any comment on that?
The default budget, if we can't find $3,000,
Okay.
we gave everybody raises.
Okay, Jamie. All right, any other comments?
Ann.
I
Yes,
just
Ann.
have one. Is it set in stone that we are not having lifeguards?
No, that's
No,
why
it
we
isn't.
haven't
That's why we're
asked.
listening
Okay, that's what
tonight.
I just, no.
That's why
I was
we're...
getting mixed feelings on
No,
it.
no, no.
You're listening to us or you're just shutting down?
No?
Absolutely not. That's why we wanted to revisit it, because clearly there was some very strong opinions, and we're
Right.
here to hear you.
I'm even going to bring it to a point right now where I'm asking for a reconsideration, a motion to reconsider our position on lifeguards.
I just want to clarify that the difference is significantly less if we go with the option that we had last year with lifeguards acting as gatekeepers, that is the better financial option than having lifeguards separate from the gatekeepers.
When you say you want to reconsider, you're just looking for a motion to have the lifeguard?
I'm looking for a motion to reconsider our position, and then probably if we can reconsider it, I'd like a motion to...
I think we should reconsider it.
But it can only be, the only people that can move that are those who voted in the thing.
No, you can just do another vote.
And it should be parliamentary procedure. A person who votes with the majority, I'm sorry, it's a majority.
That's correct. What I'm looking for is a motion for reconsideration.
Having voted.
And if it falls in your,
That's what he's saying.
based on your thoughts, the 4 individuals that voted in the affirmative of that would be...
Well, I voted against lifeguards,
Right.
and I think that motion carried.
Right.
So I will move to reconsider.
Okay. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay. So, we have a motion and a second to reconsider our position on lifeguards. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're all back to reconsidering where we were with lifeguards.
I'll make a motion to have the lifeguards at the beach.
With the assumption that it is the scenario that the lifeguards double as gatekeepers.
As far as the hours of operation, what are your...
I think we're going to have to discuss that.
Let's do the lifeguards first, and then we discuss the hours of operation.
Is why I can start hiring lifeguards?
It does, so you want to have the discussion first?
Let's have the discussion.
I think we should have
We're
the
going to have the discussion before the motion.
Then you need a second. I already made the motion.
Nobody seconded it.
What was the motion to have?
To have
You need a
lifeguards.
second to have a discussion, or I have to take back my motion.
Well,
Take back your motion,
All
Jeanette.
right, I'll take back my motion.
Okay.
I don't see any reason to cut the hours any shorter. I mean, to go back the way we were, I still think there's an argument to be made to keeping a gatekeeper on longer and keep the beach open. You make it more open to a whole lot of people.
I'm definitely in favor of keeping the bathrooms open. I'm definitely in favor of that.
And I initially voted no on the lifeguards, and based on, I think it was Phil's recommendation that if there was enough public sentiment that maybe a petition should be brought. And based on the fact that, there's 100 voters that feel strong enough about that they want a lifeguard, I think.
Well, that's what I said. We were sitting here speculating as a board based on what the town wants, and we didn't really know what the town wants. This is certainly a clearer indication than we had of one or two people being passionate
So I
about it.
think what we need to resolve right now is, your recommendation, as I requested before, was to have it exactly as it was last year,
That is correct.
with the bathrooms closing and everybody leaving at 4 PM.
4
Correct.
p.m. was the operation.
And this is it. So, the only thing I think that we could add to that, I think for discussion purposes, would be, do we want to pay to have gatekeepers there longer?
I do, I want to do that. I do.
Okay.
I think the bathrooms should be kept
Do
open.
you want gatekeepers to be there to attend to the bathrooms, or should we have bathrooms open,
Well, the only,
unattended?
one of the reasons to keep the gatekeepers on, not just to keep the bathrooms open, because you could go back and lock them, but again, I'm concerned with the people who come in and then, as somebody mentioned, start smoking and leaving their trash behind. At least the gatekeepers can keep some order on the beach.
Do we really need gatekeepers until 8 o'clock?
Not till 8
I don't
o'clock,
think
no,
so.
I don't think till 8 o'clock, but
6 o'clock.
Could we add gatekeepers for 2 more hours?
Sure.
And I know that brings in scenario number 7 so far.
It is a lucky number.
let's consider this a trial year. We'll see how this works, and
That's
next
what
year
I-
we'll make it 6:30.
That's what I mentioned.
So we would have,
at the last
Exactly.
we would have lifeguards on duty until, from 10 to 4, as we have had. We'd have gatekeepers
Until
from
Till
10 to
6.
6.
Right.
We would keep the bathrooms open until 8, and somebody would actually come back and close the...
I would have to schedule it or work it out with other entities to make sure it gets locked.
Right.
Do you see any problem with that scenario?
Do you see any problem with that?
At the
scenario?
moment, no.
Okay.
The only thing that I see is possible, it's the transition period from 4 to 6. So, but I don't see really too many problems with it.
Okay. Jamie, you had your hand up for a quick comment, please.
If you're gonna leave the bathrooms open till 8, you might as well leave the gatekeeper there till 8, because if you send somebody over to close the bathrooms, you gotta pay them a minimum of 2 hours,
I'll
$5.
volunteer to go over and lock them every night at 8 o'clock.
I'll volunteer to help too.
All right, there you go.
Well,
You know that, Chloe?
Jeanette and I will lock them every night.
remember, Donna, you're on record.
That's perfectly
Joan, you
fine.
gonna help
We have
too?
All I want is lifeguards. The bathrooms, I will go and lock them.
Okay, and I guess I asked because I am very impressed. Does anybody have any comments on what we're talking about, what we're thinking about doing?
No, just
Thank
give us
you.
our lifeguards, please.
Okay, so, have we had enough discussion?
I move we've had enough discussion.
Okay.
So can I make a motion to have lifeguards?
Okay, I'm asking for a motion to have lifeguards restored as they were from 10 to 4.
10 to 4.
To have gatekeepers from 10 to 6. To have the bathroom open until 8 PM.
That's my motion.
Your
Second.
motion.
You heard me say.
We have a second.
I have a second.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It's done. Do you want your petitions back?
Just in case, yes.
We might need them
Oh.
next year.
They won't apply next year. Thank you for your efforts.
No problem.
Thank you for your efforts.
Permission to start hiring guards. Jim wants to know.
Jim, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Jeanette,
Are we all set, Jim?
we'll do up our bathroom lock this
Okay.
So if there's any issues with that, you'll let us know.
Of course.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Moving on.
New business. The new business is, we have a contract for cloud service for 3 years. And I guess the question I have is, if we had agreed in the one of the previous meetings to have CCS till the end of the year. Why are we signing a cloud agreement for 3 years?
The cloud agreement is for 3 years.
Right.
There's nothing to do to change that. The reason we did the annual to get off going from April to April is for budgetary purposes.
Okay. I'll be on.
Okay.
And that we are paying the cloud until the end of the year. This is only a contract, there's no money involved in it. And if you look back at the emails that were sent, the hosting for the town office is $2,800 out of $4,800 amount, and the police department hosting is $2,560, whereas the annual fee is $3,840.
Okay.
Okay. So we are doing it to the end of this year, but the contract has to be for 3 years, as they do with all other.
But I guess I would just ask a follow-up question: if for some reason we decided to go with a different.
There is a termination agreement in there, which I think you see on page 2.
Okay, well, that answers my questions. Did anybody else have
That's what I was
questions?
going to ask. That's what I was going to ask.
So,
Well, I'd just like to clarify what the termination process is. Yeah. Oh, at any time with 30 days notice, so that's...
Okay,
Yeah, that takes care of that.
That works for me.
so is this just something we all need to sign?
You have to ask the board.
Okay, so is the board in agreement to allow me to sign this document?
Yeah.
Be my guest.
Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of that, right? You just would need one copy signed to put on?
Yes, please.
Are you leaving us for the last time? Yeah.
Oh, is there a question?
Yeah, there's a big question for you, but that's all right, we'll leave it.
No, she just said she didn't want to be chairman.
You didn't want to be chairman, okay.
Oh, no, I'm going off the Conservation Commission completely after
Oh, you
the
are
next
going off.
meeting. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Give that to him.
Oh,
Thank you.
no problem.
Yes,
for all
Stacy,
your
thank
work.
you. Okay, whoops, lost the place on that. All right, so we're all set with the cloud agreement. The intermunicipal agreement with Plymouth Water and Sewer. We have an agreement to pay our usual $150 charge.
Yeah, it's two. Either or. Either we, it'll be $100 a year if you go with a 5-year contract, or it's $150 if you stick.
Okay, so did everybody see this?
Yes.
So is there any thoughts on this? $150 for 1 year? Or $100 a year if we sign a 5-year agreement? And does everybody understand what this is for?
Yep.
So we can have the privilege of using their plan if something happens with ours.
Yeah.
So is everybody in agreement with
What's
signing
really
this?
weird is,
Which
so if
one
they
will you-
had to use ours, we don't charge them.
That's right, it is really weird. And I brought that up last year. Why don't we go after them for vice versa?
Yeah, that's very true. It's been like, records show it's been like...
And our contract expires when? The current one? July 1st,
Yes,
correct? So again, $150 per year.
The duplicates normally, the first two.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So you've got to choose whether
There's 2 of each, or $100 a year for 5
Yeah.
What have we done in the past?
per year.
Only annual.
Done per year?
I think the
And
reason
that's
we've
what
done that.
that's what I'm kind of leaning
Well,
at.
I think the reason we've done that, because you don't know the future, you don't know what's going to happen, so.
That's right.
Why did the selectmen sign this?
We asked that question. They have the water and sewer.
Always have.
Always have. The Board of Selectmen for 15 years have signed it.
I asked
That doesn't
question
answer the
yesterday.
question.
No, I know. That's just the way it's been, yeah.
I mean,
That's what the.
Because it was the town, because the water and sewer department was part of the town in those days, and we've never...
But now that it isn't, shouldn't the commissioners be...
Yeah, shouldn't we write a letter to
Well,
Plymouth and
I
state that
called them
they
up
should
last
send
year, and
that
they said
to...
no,
They
wanted
said
to-
no,
Yeah.
the Plymouth Village Water and
That's
Sewer
right.
saying that they required the town to do it, that they required the selectmen to
Yep.
do it, so.
Okay, so, can I get,
well, I think we ought to do it for 5 years. I can't see paying $150 for the next 5 years.
I think we should do it for 1 year, because we never know what's going to happen.
And not only that, but we might want to think about doing the reverse.
I agree.
Right.
okay, so...
I'm going to make a motion that we agree to do it for 1 year for the $150.
I'll second that.
Okay,
And May, should we have something about a reciprocal?
that's why we're gonna do it for 1 year, so that we
Yeah.
can send them a request to reciprocate
Yeah.
this. Can we send them a
You
request?
can't put the reciprocal in the motion.
Not in this.
Motion to-
Okay, so we have a motion by Jeanette and seconded
By Steve.
by Steve. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the 1 year for $150 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye, aye.
You're aye? Okay, so,
So, but what's, how do we initiate getting our $150 back?
We would need to create a similar agreement that Plymouth would have to sign, saying that they would be paying us.
If they come here.
Right.
So let's do that.
do we need to sign 2 copies, Paul? of this?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay.
As a separate
We need to
thing,
sign 2 copies.
Two copies of the first one.
You can do that on the way back?
I can do
So
that on the way
that
back.
too.
Could you do that, Paul? Get our money back?
If we do the same thing,
Write a proposal,
Yeah.
similar to that would,
we should alert them, that's what we're gonna do.
right,
Yeah.
and just put the wording that's appropriate
Yeah.
for that.
Because right now, they just figure they can
They're doing it because they
pull
can.
up their trucks.
Yeah.
That's the second one to sign.
Let's make this.
Yeah, I wonder why they got four.
Sure.
Because that
Oh,
was
that
about
one
the
is
year.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Norm, when
Yes.
this comes back to you, can you fill in the days?
Okay, well. Okay, can you guys just look through these, make sure that you've taken care of those? On this. Second. Okay, 2 pages to sign, Phil and Steve.
Yep.
Okay, the next thing that I wanted to bring up is CIP candidates. We have 1 open position on the CIP committee. As we speak, we have been provided with 2 candidates. One was brought up, was it last month or 2 weeks ago? Was Ingrid Heidenreich, and then we received a letter on 5/21 from Harold Lemos, actually expressing an interest in the CIP committee.
I think Steve was gonna talk with Ingrid.
I did, and, I think both would be good candidates, but I spoke with Ingrid, and, having, Ingrid is not in the budget committee, Harold is, I think, again, either of the 2 of them would be good candidates, but I spoke with Ingrid and felt comfortable that one of my concerns was that her being involved with the fire department, if that would impact her decision-making, I feel comfortable that it would not, plus the fact that the CIP is an advisory board. So when I look at having somebody from the fire department as opposed to having 2 people from the budget committee where those decisions are made, I think it's probably the best to go with Ingrid as...
I definitely agree. I was gonna say, I don't think it would be right to have 2 in the budget committee. We've got 1 from the selectmen,
Yeah.
1 from the budget committee, 1 from the planning board, so.
So do you need a motion?
I do.
I'd like to move that we appoint Ingrid Heidenreich to the CIP committee.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So moved.
Opposed?
You're opposed?
Yeah.
Do you note that? 4 ayes, 1 nay. Okay, the next thing would be the Booster Club. I just wanted to announce to the public that about 2 weeks ago, the Booster Club was thoroughly cleaned thanks to the AARA. And I just really wanted to publicly acknowledge AARA for their help
Was it
in
the
this
Booster
effort.
Club or just the kitchen?
The kitchen. The kitchen in, they kind of cleaned up the area too, didn't
Yeah.
they, Jim?
It was cleaning up of the outdoors,
Yeah.
which included
Power washing the exterior.
power washing the underneath of the porch. Also included hydro seeding of the front lawn area in front of the building. That was donated by Tree Solutions and Donovan Tree Experts.
Oh, nice. We should thank them.
It also involved cleaning up the main area of the Booster Club, as well as addressing the kitchen.
They did an outstanding job.
Yes, they did.
Pictures. Excellent.
Yes, they did. It was, they found extra space for us. Just by rearranging some of the furniture, they really made a very fine impact on it. So it was nicely done.
And again, I wanted to make sure AARA got duly
That was
noted.
greatly appreciated.
And I'm sure you appreciate it also.
Believe me, it does, especially with tight budgets. We
Yes.
have a good volunteer group that comes out to help us.
Yep.
And they really do a wonderful job with it.
Could we,
Did you have a question?
could we acknowledge the community garden as well at this point?
Please do.
For those of you who don't know, the community garden was planted, well, first of all, the beds were put in over the last few weeks, and they have all been planted. And a huge shout out goes out to so many people who donated good services and a lot of sweat. We were digging in the dirt, and just people showed up one day or another or several days, and it was just a beautiful sight to behold. If you go stand at the school and look down the hill and see all the plants, we've got a lot of work to do still. We got to get up a fence and we got to beautify the area, but I'm just thrilled at the participation of the community, a broad range of the community. It's just very heartening, so thank you all.
Okay. All right, any other new business? I'd like to bring up select board items. Again, what I wanted to do is just reiterate, I stated earlier that Andrew Lane is drawing down the dam for repairs beginning on June 21st. I just wanted to make that known. The next thing I want to bring up on the select board items is Smith Hill Road. And I want to open up discussion for an email that we received from the Fucarells regarding Smith Hill Road. And I will read that for the record. We write to request that the road water drainage on Smith Hill Road be diverted from our land to the two drains at the bottom of Smith Hill Road, where the water was meant to go. After this past very wet winter spring and the downpours of rain, the road water coming down from Smith Hill Road now floods out our leach field. As you know, last year we diverted the road water away from our house to avoid our basement from flooding, but now it floods out our leach field. At your workshop on 5/19/2014, the DPW director said he had $10,000 in budget to do drain work on Levitt Hill Road. We feel the drainage system on Smith Hill Road now constitutes an emergency. We would like to see Levitt Hill done correctly as well. So at the very least, and since Smith Hill Road and Levitt Hill Road are in the same proximity, we asked Smith Hill Road drainage be done at the same time as Levitt Hill Road. Thank you for your consideration, Carol and David Fucarell. And I want to discuss that, and at the same time, I certainly am open to you two saying any further than what you've written.
I have hand drip on the map. I'm not an artist and I don't have the plans that they all had, but I did the best I could.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
So Carol, you're going to explain this to us, correct? You're going to go through that? You do the drawing.
Well, you can see where the house is and the water that comes down Smith Hill. It
Yeah.
used to go right into our house, flooded out our basement.
Right.
So we had asked last year that the town dig a dry well or something in the town's right of way where I've noted it on the top.
Yep.
And
I guess that could not be done, so we had to take on the task. So my husband borrowed a backhoe, a loader or something, did the best he could, and dug a hole for the water to go to. So it now stops it from going to our house, but it now goes straight directly to our leach field. Right in the corner, and now it just bubbles out. It was been a rough winter, a lot of rain and snow, heavy rains, and now our leach field is,
Is your leach field and your septic tank below your driveway?
Yes.
It's on the left-hand side. of the driveway.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Correct.
Could you take it outside so we can hear clearly what's going on in
I'm
here?
out there talking.
What's that? Okay, then could you ask, Chief, could you ask them to be quiet? Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Carol.
That's where we're at. The leach field is now leaking, and we're asking the town to reconsider the decision that was made and do something with the road water that's coming down from Smith Hill. There was nothing done when that subdivision was put up. There was no plans for drainage. It just runs right down the hill, right, all of it onto our yard.
Where does the water go now? Does it, doesn't stay here, it must go
It
somewhere.
pools in your leach field now, correct?
Pools in the leach field.
No, it comes into a dry well
I see, that's
from the
a,
pipe.
that's a dry well.
Yeah.
It's a small dry
And
well.
I dip the ground down to, when it overflows in the dry well, it goes,
Straight down like it shows
yeah,
here.
it goes from the pipe to the dry well.
The dry well is that little square area that I'm seeing with the arrow down into it, correct?
Yeah.
And that is in addition to, you dug that out, how deep? Ballpark. 3 feet?
3 or 4 feet. Put a bunch of stones in it. I put a cover over it so the leaves wouldn't get in it.
And just, and that was just beyond where the culvert went out into the basin area?
Directly in line with the culvert
Okay.
pipe. which
The
shows
town
right
was there a few days ago digging. It looked to me like they dug out all the silt that had accumulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go up once in a while to clean it out to make sure the water flows into the yard.
Yeah.
Very well. Cleaned out.
So after, wait a minute, after it fills up in there, it starts to head, I made it, the ground went straight, I made it dip down like this. So it would go out of the rocks, come
Away
across.
from the house.
The whole cross part where my gates are. And it goes out, down the hill to the lower section of my yard. And then it goes right to the wall and right in the other side of the driveway into the leach field.
And is that leaching through that dry wall that you dug? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Not only is it overflowing the dry well.
Oh, with the one outside,
What
it
you're
fills
saying
up, it
is,
goes in my yard.
you're now saying
dry
it's
well.
draining down through the soil surfaces and
And
under
you
the soil
gotta
surfaces.
remember that this was taken, the rocks were taken out of there last spring, whatever, and that's when I did it.
Yep.
And now we're going through to another spring now. And the water, thank God, ain't going in the house anymore. But now we found out after the snow left that the water's coming up, and like I said,
Am I dreaming, or did you, when we first had started this discussion, 2 years ago, I seem to recall that you were arguing that if the town dug a dry well, the problem would be solved.
We asked it to be tried,
asked to try.
correct.
We said we don't think that will work.
right, because somebody said that the ground was too hard, the
Tony
water
Randall, I guess.
wouldn't dissipate
Surveyor.
down
If
through.
I'm wrong.
So it seems to me this
Said that it
indicates,
wouldn't work.
The soil's not conducive for dry well material up there.
What?
You need sandy material. Now, I'll take my hat off for a
yeah,
minute.
but
Accused
but
of
it
using my power.
seems to me that,
Oh, please.
that somebody, maybe it was Tim or somebody was saying a dry well won't work. And I think
Exactly,
that's what you're
because the
saying.
soils are not conducive for dry well material.
And-
You need sandy materials, like an Adams loamy sand, in order for dry wells to work effectively.
So
Okay?
this is a clay type,
It's gonna be a loamy type of material that doesn't perk very well.
okay.
That's why they don't install dry well systems in that type of soil.
So it
Because
seems-
it just does not conducive to it.
Okay.
So it seems to me that this proves.
The other purpose of doing that wasn't for, it was purpose of digging as deep as it could go, so that the water would stay there and not come in our yard, and if it did come in our yard, it wouldn't come in as much as it is now.
That was the purpose of you digging the dry well.
Yeah.
To kind of hold that water body in place.
Yeah, trying to, but it doesn't work. I mean, it just,
Yep.
when these rains come down the hill, and it just floods in there, and it's like I've been out there in the rain, I don't think anybody else here has done it. I've stand there and watch it. Come down the hill, come across, go into my thing, come across my yard, and go down over the thing. I had no idea it was gonna do this to the leach field, but it's doing it. And we're talking some huge money here.
So.
And it's not, the leach field's not that old.
Understood, David.
So how, does the water run over your driveway?
Over it, under it, around it, any way you wanna see it.
I've diverted it the best I could along the
There's
driveway.
no culvert
and the
there, is what
ditch.
I'm getting at.
No.
I'm sorry.
The culvert comes out right at this juncture. That's the end of the culvert system
I
coming
was
down.
thinking down here. I didn't know.
Yeah,
where it
no,
was
there's
down.
no culvert here. This is the last culvert on the road.
There's no culvert under your driveway, correct?
No, no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Okay. So,
I've never had this problem before, when we
Well,
put up the rocks, and,
it used to go behind your house.
yeah.
Well, it used to go behind the house, as you can see, and to the house, because it jumped.
We're still talking about a large, more water than ever coming down that hill. Because of the circle up there,
The flooding that we
you know,
were
it's just,
getting.
it's phenomenal. And even after the pipe, the water comes down and finds its way into my yard. When it washes off the road, after the pipe. Because the next drain is the one down at the corner.
Did that subdivision, I mean, your house is up there,
Yep.
and you're kind of over the bank, aren't you? Where does the water drain from your property?
Down to their property.
Down here.
Down the
Goes
road?
right down the hill.
Aren't you kind of over the,
We're up where it's flat, and my yard slopes down to the back. We have no water problem at all. We have an abundance of water, but it's all in our well, fortunately.
It's what?
But it's all in our well.
In the well, okay,
But
yeah.
the water from that whole flat area, the subdivision that was put in when we bought the property, all goes down the hill, and it stops at their property. But if you walk down that hill, you can see that it's eroding underneath the road all the way down, and it's gotten worse over the years I've lived there. You know, they're at the bottom of the hill, and they get the brunt of it. But the whole, I know John McLean just basically filled in that whole area. You look, there's a gully as you're going down the hill, there's a gully on the left side that's sort of paved where the water come cascade down. There used to be one on the right. Now it's all filled with dirt because it was eroding under the road, and John McLean had to go and fill it in and pack it down so that he could get across his driveway, because he had a big gully in his driveway.
The bottom line with that whole
It's
street
a mess.
is there's no drains.
There are no drains.
Only drains are at the bottom of the hill,
Yeah.
and everything else goes where it wants to go.
so does the Weiss Broad's water come down Smithfield Road?
They're too far back. I mean, I think the water mainly comes from the cul-de-sac. The Weisbrods are, have a big dirt driveway, and they're way back. I don't think
Okay.
that the water from their property is an issue, but from the cul-de-sac, it is an issue.
This is the third time that we've come
Yeah.
to the town.
Mm-hmm.
Before we built the house, we came to the town. We were having problems with water in the basement, we came to the town.
Mm-hmm.
And this now. We need something to be done. We can't take on the town's road water any longer.
As I understand it, Carol, you originally built the swale to help the flow of water around your property, but it continued to get more inundated and the swale filled up with silt. And I saw the amount of silt that was in that catch
Right.
basin before the town came and just cleaned it out.
Plus the more
The
water
swell
coming
that
down.
we
Plus-
built
yeah.
kept building up, the
Yeah.
water jumped out,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
went towards the house. And if you notice lately, the last few years, we have these flash floods we never
I
had
know,
before.
it's been,
This catch
downpours.
basin? Is that what you're talking about?
no, the one here where the culvert comes out, a few days ago, I looked down as I drove down, and it was filled with sand. It was just
But there's no
completely
catch
filled.
basin there.
No, it's a dry well of
It's an
sorts.
outlet, that's all
It's
it is.
It's where the culvert comes out. And the town came and cleaned it all out, because it was just, it looked like a big mud pile.
So the next downpour of rain will all flow freely into the yard.
Okay, so, what's occurred over the last several years, and I've only been a witness to this for the last year, is you've come to the Board of Select on, like you said, this is your third time at least, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get relief or help from the town to try to solve a problem with drainage on Smith Hill Road. You understand the position that the previous board presented to you a year ago. Was it August?
I don't remember the month.
But anyway.
Position that the dry well
Position.
wouldn't hold.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and for you to remove the rock wall.
That was after the collapse of the culvert.
Right.
When they had the choice of
When they
either
could
diverting the
have,
water.
that's
or-
right. And the choice was made to replace the culvert as was.
Right.
I guess what I would like to ask this board to at least look at and have Tim look at is what would it cost the town to go from, and Tim, I ask you to be involved in this. I'd like you to, I don't know if you saw this, but can you see it from here?
I can see it, yep.
I would like to see what it would, and I'm sorry if I'm saying this, but I'm just adding this information for discussion. What the cost it would be to take the flow from going into that culvert and to send it with pipes and catch basins down to here.
Okay. Can I just say that there's another culvert up the hill, just below John McLean's.
Yeah.
And below that culvert, there's another runoff. So the entire hill does not come down to that culvert.
Understood.
Okay.
But the majority of it does come through that affects them, is that correct?
I wouldn't say the majority of the hill comes down there. I mean,
Yeah, but you're talking about the water. If you go up and measure the hill from the bottom, like I have, up to the crossover, all that water comes in my yard too.
I'm not gonna argue
Okay.
with you, Miles.
I'm not, I don't want to argue with the amount of water either. I'm just stating the fact that there is another culvert and another runoff above it.
We're on what side of the road are we on here? The left side?
Listen, I'm sorry, but I don't want to get into a debate, okay? What I wanted to do is I asked a question. And again, just to reinforce what you're telling me, is from when I have watched that property, there is water flowing on this side of the road.
Yes.
Okay? But I see a majority of the water flowing here and into the end of their culvert and then over. The amount that I see here and the amounts that I see just above them on the left, I only see in flash floods. And that's only from me making observations in the last year or so, going up there on rainy days and watching. So what I needed to hear from you is, you're saying that the majority of the water isn't flowing on this side into this culvert. And if it isn't, can you explain to me on this picture where the majority of the water is flowing?
Well, I think what Tim is saying, and I can vouch for that, there
Yeah.
is another runoff up above there.
Up here?
That goes off into the woods.
On the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, yes.
There's a
Yes.
water bar.
Yeah, there
Okay?
is.
Then above that, there is another culvert just
Yeah.
below John
Yeah.
McLean's. That it takes the water, yes,
And runs it off into the woods?
it runs it off into the river.
Yes, I've seen
and
that.
disperses it
Yeah.
out into the woods.
Yep.
So you've got that culvert that disperses on the right-hand side coming down the hill.
Yep.
So yes, eventually it will end up in their yard after it runs down through the woods.
Right.
The water bar, it goes to the left-hand side, which generally comes out behind the Reaver property, on the left-hand side of the road if you're coming down the hill.
Okay.
So, I'm not disputing that they get a lot of water,
Okay.
but they don't
feel
get
them.
the entire hill.
I got you on that,
Because
yes.
the culvert
Right.
and the water bar that are above that.
Understood.
I'm sure
I
it
think
feels
that's
like
clear.
the entire hill when they see
Okay.
the Litchfields watching out, but, your point is well taken.
So-
Yes. Yeah.
You want to put catch basins in, you want to pipe that entire thing to the
I
bottom.
just think that's one of the few solutions you could have, is if you pipe that side, or you trench that side
There
with,
has to be some kind of an option.
with catch basin
Right.
and or piping down
You
to
have,
the...
then, the two catch basins at the bottom, and I think Tony can speak on this also. You have two catch basins at the bottom of the hill on either side.
Yes,
Those weren't designed to catch Smith Hill.
okay.
The entire, that entire length of Smith Hill.
What are they designed for?
They're designed to catch from Fucarelli's driveway down and then disperse it either way.
No,
Okay.
further than that. up further,
Well,
up where the park.
along Thompson Street too, okay? So you've got that stretch down that it's made to take. But now you're going to be taking more of the hill and putting in those two catch basins. I don't know what size piping there is in those catch basins at the bottom of the hill. I would say you're probably going to have to redesign that also, because now you're taking more of that hill down there, okay? So you don't want to just take, if they're getting the water from way up also, you don't want to just take that culvert just above their house out. You want to do the same thing with the culvert above. You want to do underground drainage from the top of the hill all the way down. That will help solve any water that's coming down that entire hill into their property. So you have to design that. You have to design Smith Hill, and then you have to redesign.
And see, I think that is a lot more in depth and a lot more costly than.
It is.
We haven't heard from other residents concerned about the flooding of their yards, or as we have from them. So that's why I would thought it could be more exclusive to this area.
I firmly hold on to the hope, and I'm probably dreaming, that in the next few years, and I've heard the conversations with Water and Sewer and with Public Works, that Thompson Street and Smith Hill need to be redone desperately, and at that point, that's the time to completely redo those culverts.
That's been my plan.
But in the meantime, we have a situation that we need to at least figure out some kind of a fix for it, so that they don't ruin their septic system, and we can take care of it until such time as we can afford to do the street right.
Can I just get a point of clarification? I wasn't involved in the first phase of this discussion a year or two ago, whatever it was. What was the situation prior to the culvert, this culvert that you dug in? Where was the water going, under the road, or?
The culverts are old. They've been there for a very long time, since the hill was put in. But when they built their house, correct me if I'm wrong, they built a swale to guide the water around the house. But it turned out to be not enough to handle the volume of water, and especially the fact that the swale was filled with debris and silt, and it...
Right. Before we built the house,
Yeah.
we came to the town. Mr. Ober was the road agent at the time, and we asked what could be done because we're building a house there. He said, there's nothing you can do, all you can do is direct it around your house. We didn't know any better, we did. So, as like Fran just said, we built it around, that got filled, water was coming more down the hill this way, it jumped it and ended up into our house. So David built this. He gave in, we had put up a bunch of rocks to stop it. They made us take it down, we took them down. So David built this, so now the water comes right to this corner and goes straight down, right into the leach field.
Before you built the house, where did the water flow?
The culvert had been there.
Through the yard.
Through
the yard. If this was all vacant woods.
So it was just going right.
It was dispersing into the property.
Correct.
It ended up down here somehow.
I assume it just dispersed all over
Dispersed
the...
all through here.
There's a ravine behind your house, right? Between your house and the neighbors? Isn't there like some sort of ravine there also that goes down through the stone wall? A small one?
A ravine?
Or a little brook or something, a little brook or something?
And is that where your surrounding trench went, is ultimately to that area at one time?
Yes.
Do you know what he's talking about, Carol?
Between us and the house next door, not on Reaver's side, the other side? Well, it's not a ravine, it's where all the water from Smith Hill goes.
It's all the water coming down.
Yeah, it's where all the water collects.
Not just from...
Right, and we don't want to dump it on his property.
Gotcha.
You know?
Okay. David, did you have a statement?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Carol just said about, okay, I put the rock wall up, okay? And correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. When that water was diverted, come down the pipe into that little pit, and it was diverted out onto the road. Those drains at the bottom of the hill had no trouble accepting the water. Never. And wait a minute, just so you know, and the board knows, everybody in this room knows, I went out there after every storm. If it kicked out the rocks on the side of the road, I filled it all back in, and I have witnesses. And my sons would go down the bottom of the hill, and if there's any soot down there, they were shoveling it off the street and cleaned it all up down there. but there was never no water being built up down there whatsoever. It was normal, because I watched it, my whole family's watched it, and other people have watched it.
The drains took it.
The drains took it. No
But-
problem.
Okay,
but
so I-
was that all that water, was none of it still flowing on your property towards your house?
No.
Every bit of that water was going down the bottom?
Yes, Tim, everything was coming out, when it hit the wall, it filled up over the thing. You must have seen it, you can see that where the track of it went right across where my gates are, right onto the road, and right down the road, all the way down to the bottom. And yeah, I felt, we did that, and I said, well, geez, at least I can get out there and keep the rocks back.
I guess the only thing I have to make to that, David, is we currently, the previous select board did not agree with that process, correct?
No, I know, no. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to
Explain
ask
to
him.
Yes.
That he's saying that the two drains at the bottom of the hill would have to be increased or whatever to take, if we were to pipe that pipe down my side and hook it to that drain.
I think
And
he
all I'm
said-
saying is, it will take it has taken it, it's not going to be a problem, it hasn't gone over the Godet's yard, hasn't gone anywhere but in the drains and down the street, wherever the hell it's going.
Okay. Chief,
And
did you have
Tim,
something?
it's a full volume of the water that I diverted out of
Did
my
you have
yard.
something to say? No.
No, other than if I was gonna dump that water down there.
Yeah.
You should have an engineer check out to make sure it's gonna handle that flow, because they'll know the calculations to use to make sure that the sizing of the culverts down there are the correct size to handle the flow. I mean, you just don't wanna go dumping water in there and not know whether it's really gonna handle it. Mr. Tutorelli's saying that from what he did before, it does handle that, but
See, the problem is, I don't think, again, this is an easy solution that can be taken care of in one day. It isn't.
The one thing I do agree with you on is that there are going to be more storms, and they're going to be more severe,
Right.
and there's going to be more water. That I definitely believe, everywhere.
So, what can this board do? Any other comments? Steve, do you have any comments?
Tim, do you see any short-term fix for this?
Short term?
Something that, outside of, what we were just talking about, building culverts down to these drains and putting the piping in, is there anything?
I don't have any ideas right now, short term, Steve, other than redesigning, putting underground drainage. Putting a catch basin system in. I've spoken to a few different people about this, and Mark Over was one of the ones, he's 38 years here, so I got his advice on it. And he was under the same, that those catch basins at the bottom should be looked at to see if they can take that entire hill. I appreciate their problem, I really do, and I'm not trying to shuck it off by any means. But my concern is if we look into this and we look into doing this and taking drainage off somebody's property or somebody else's, then who's going to be the next person in line? Who's going to be the next person in line after that?
Well, I think that's part of our responsibility, is try to have our residents live in a situation that they don't have to do that. So we gotta hope that that doesn't happen too often, but if it happens, we need to look at it and deal with it. So that's all.
Can I say something else? I just want you all to know in this room, what we're going through right now in my family. My kids are taking showers at somebody else's house. We're pissing in the tank when it's yellow. we
Excuse me,
flush it.
Dave, please.
Sorry, but I'm very upset.
Okay.
And we're doing everything we can do to avoid that leach field right now.
But David.
And can you live like that? Can anybody in this room live like that?
But David, the reality is as follows. This is not something that can be resolved in a day. It can't be. What you need to know is we acknowledge that. I would love to move forward on this. The first thing I asked is, can we at least explore? The chief just entered that we may need to have an engineer look at this. I at least think Tim should explore with Mike LaTulip, who we just had a discussion about doing drainage and catch basins on Levitt Hill Road, couldn't he at least look at this to see what he thinks the
He
possibilities
built the
are?
subdivision at the top of the hill.
So I gotta tell you, we'll move forward, but this can't be resolved overnight.
Yeah, but the other thing was, is Tim saying, and even the chief said, can the culverts handle all the water coming down the hill? Well, all the water does not come down the hill. It comes from that crossovers of mine and then down there. So you're talking about half the hill going in there. No, the rest of it goes off into people's yards.
But your claim too is Mr. Fabrelli, is that it's still, even from the culverts up above, still eventually ends down to your property. So the proper way to do it is do underground drainage from the top of the hill all the way down.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm saying the bottom drains need to be looked at to see if they can take that flow.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know what you're saying, but right now, you know, my problem is what water's coming into my leach field. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem is right now. It's not the whole hill. I know the whole hill has to be done. Realize that.
What do you envision as a potential short-term solution?
We're not engineers, don't know.
Right.
We were
No,
hoping to dry well.
put the stones back up and divert it out of there. I mean, or shut the other side down and let it go down that swell that you just hot topped. Did you re-hot top on the right side going up the hill? Shut that other thing down and put a little hot top up there and let the water go all the way to the drain. And put some stoppers on the way down so it goes down slow. You know what those are, Tim, right?
Yeah.
Slow down things?
I know what they are.
I don't know what they call them, I'm not using the right terminology, but I've done a lot of road work myself.
The other question I ask is...
I mean, Steve, that's my answer to the problem right now.
Your answer is shut off the culvert that goes to your way and let the water flow down the right-hand side of Smith Hill into the catch basins in that tiny asphalt.
Yeah. And put some stoppers or some slowdowns that they have, you can put in there, so it won't come down in the gush. It'll come down and then it'll hit it and then it'll drain slowly. And then if the drain at the bottom can't take it, which I tell you right now, it will.
The problem with, and I get what you're saying about the stoppers, the problem with putting anything in your ditch to kind of slow the water down, thing is, then the water will hit that and shoot out in the road, then it's going to shoot down the road, it's going to not even touch that catch basin, it could be end up in the middle of the road, next thing you know, it's in the property across the street. That's
We
why it's
mentioned
important.
several options. I just suggest that we take some time and explore them and look at the pros and cons and come back and discuss this again. Because we can't solve it tonight, but we need to take a look at some options.
Jeanette, you want to comment? No? You all set?
One more question I guess I have is when that subdivision was done, you were around,
Yeah.
so was that not all planned out? Where all this water was gonna go?
That was before I took over, so I don't know.
Before you took over, but you were still...
Yeah, and I didn't have any inner workings of what took place.
Well, are there records to see if there's any, if
I
there
did the
were
survey
any
work of that
plans?
subdivision, okay?
I'm sorry?
I know that Mr. Latula put a riprap thing around the edge of on the cul-de-sac, but, you know, I don't think there was any drainage design, because, to be quite honest with you, I don't believe that water flows all the way from that cul-de-sac all the way down that road.
So where do you believe it flows?
I'm gonna say that the road's so flat up in there, it's gonna go off on the edges of the road and disperse out into the woods, okay? That subdivision didn't create this problem.
No, it didn't, but I have seen the water rush past our house and down the hill, Tony. I think, I agree with you, much of the water on our lawn doesn't clearly go onto the yard, but anything that hits the pavement, you know, I've seen it flow down the yard, down the road, especially on the other side where I've seen it erode underneath, but it's a problem.
Okay. So again, I have to state, we've acknowledged your request.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
We will try to look at other possibilities to see what can possibly be done. Short-term, long-term. The other question is, this road, FEMA grants, Paul. Is this road on a list that could be?
The letter of intent that we submitted, we put Carr Avenue and Smith Hill Road as items that we want to have done right away. And we'll hear by hopefully the middle of June.
So there's a possibility that because of that, this could be resolved,
I
correct?
put seriousness of the fact that we wanted catch basins and culverts and pipes,
Right.
Yeah.
So there, I mean, there's a possibility.
We put a dollar figure on it.
Would it help to communicate to whoever looks at that FEMA grant some of the information on what we just talked about?
No.
Doesn't make any difference.
No.
That presumably would include engineering costs.
The letter of intent. Yeah.
Okay, other select, okay?
Thank you.
Other select board items.
Just briefly, I had a very brief conversation a couple of days ago with Jill White, who is a selectman in Holderness.
Yeah.
Because I kind of was a nosy neighbor and went to one of their meetings, and just kicked around the idea of perhaps having a joint meeting sometime, just to share issues, concerns, resources, whatever, and she thought it was a fabulous idea, so she was going to bring it up to her select board. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility for some future time to have a joint meeting with our neighbors.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
and one other thing.
Yes.
As a calendar, I started playing with a Google Calendar. It would be nice if we had a communal calendar that we could all look at, so we could put our vacations out of, not everything we do every day, but especially when we're on vacation and things like that, so we just can share with the board and with Paul, when we're all going to be gone.
I'm sorry, I don't do that anymore.
You don't do that anymore?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm retired, I don't do that.
I'm retired too. I mean, I'd input the data, but I just think it would be nice if we had something to think about. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, public comments. Would anybody else like to comment that hasn't already for the day? Pam, you haven't said anything today.
Enough guy, no, well, may join in it.
Jamie, yes.
I'd like to see Levitt Hill done by Mike Matula.
Okay.
And the reason is, the town doesn't have trench boxes for trenches if they're over 4 feet deep with their culverts. All we have is a backhoe to set our catch bases with. I mean, we don't really have the materials and resources to do it. That whole hill's been ledged for Mike. We don't have anything to hammer ledge out with. For the cost, I think we're better off just going and having Mike do it since he's right there, than starting the project ourselves and then finding out, oh, we can't finish it, now we need to hire Mike anyway.
And Jamie, I apologize, excuse me, but do you have some expertise in excavating or heavy equipment or?
Yeah, I work for a construction.
You work for boats?
Yeah.
Okay, so from your perspective, you think it makes sense to pay that money?
Yeah, I just don't think that the town has the resources they're gonna need to get into a project like that.
Tim did state that.
Okay.
He said he didn't have the equipment.
I think we're getting over our heads if we start.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie. Anything else? Okay.
One more quick thing, Norm.
Yes,
I know you don't have the answer
I'm closing
tonight.
out on you real quick, go ahead.
I know you don't have the answer tonight, but I'm just looking for a dollar amount figure that the town's paid for personnel and mileage towards the HEAL grant that we got. And I'm not looking for an answer tonight, I'm just looking for an answer sometime.
What do you mean the town has paid? The town hasn't paid anything. The HEAL grant has paid for anything that is related to HEAL. There's been no expenses to the town whatsoever from HEAL.
Well, for the town administrator going to meetings, we pay him for meetings, we
That's
pay him for
correct.
mileage to go to meetings.
Comes in.
I mean, if-
His mileage gets paid out of HEAL.
Comes out of here.
Yeah.
okay,
It doesn't show that when, if you've looked at those, it doesn't show that when you're looking at the initial sheet, but when it's classified post-payment, it's classified into different lines. And that's what you gotta look at, is the accounts of where those mileage reimbursements go, and/or part of his payroll when he attends that HEAL goes to that same thing. So you'd have to look at where it's allocated in the lines, and you could get that, you could find that out by talking to Brenda, for instance.
all right, thanks.
Correct? Am I correct in stating that?
Yes, correct.
Okay, Jamie? Okay, with that, any other public comments? I'd like to close public comments. And I'd like to ask for a motion to go into non-public pursuant to RSA 91-A:3, Roman numeral 2, small c.
I'll make that motion.
Second, Phil, yes.
Okay, Phil, yes.